Maybe we should give this a try. I was talking here for like a minute already, and then realized that my mic wasn't plugged in. Oh my god. Yeah, it's one of those days, huh? Good to see y'all. Yeah, that's a great start of the stream, huh? Oh my god. And then yeah, the stream was unlisted in the beginning as well, so it's just one of those days. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, sorry about the slight delay. I was sorting out some stuff in the background as well. Time to pop open nice coffee. Set for the stream. Yeah, hope everyone's doing well. I'm gonna be reviewing two portfolios today. Iced coffee. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got them from Albert Heijn. They're like really cheap. I think we bought them like last week or something like that for like 80 cents a pop. So I was like, okay, we're stocking up on these bad boys. So I'm going through my what is it? My stack that I bought. I think we're getting close to the end now because yeah, we had to say bye-bye to our coffee machine that we had before because I think it was broken as well, so we didn't even bother like taking it with us with our move from the UK. Often, yeah, they have very good deals for bulk. Yeah, 100%. And we live like right opposite of one. So, yeah, it's really close by, really handy. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about some portfolio reviews today. We've got two people, so we got Malta and Rustam for the community that we are gonna be taking a look at. I was already making some notes for Rustam. Really cool. So there's some really good stuff that I'm seeing, and then we'll dive into Malta's portfolio blind, I think, even though I'm pretty familiar with your work at this point as well. So yeah, before we dive into that though, what's been happening, huh? What's been happening? Oh, we will also be diving into some I think sculpting. I think we're gonna do some sculpting in Blender today. So we're gonna give that a try. I mean, I'm saying we're gonna give that a try. I've done sculpting in Blender before, but I've laid out like a wooden kit, so that we can start sculpting on that and kind of make some progress on our wooden kit that we're gonna be using for our environment, which is also gonna be really cool. But yeah. Oh, I got a. Tiffany, my partner, told me to like show these books off. I don't have a good way to do it, but my mom came by yesterday, so we had a really nice like puzzle evening, even though I was freaking knackered, you know, like I was dead at the end of the evening. It's been a long week, but brought me something cool. Some more old books. So these are like books from like my grandparents, and she said like, "Ooh, you're gonna love these ones." And remember, I don't know who was here for the last, not the last stream, but like a couple streams ago, where I was showing this book off. Like the Earth and its people, but then in Dutch. And it's a book from like the 1870s that has like people traveling across the globe and then writing it down into this book with some like really interesting sketchings from like local people and stuff. Um the only like literally the only complaint that I had about this book was that it didn't have like enough visuals in it. Then my mom came to the rescue. Because these books are full of visuals. And these are like all the visuals that I'm going to show you. I'm going to show like a couple of them. All of them are based on what are they called? Like wood etchings based on like original drawings. But some of them are so cool. There's so much inspiration for environment art in here, honestly. I mean, just oh my god, every page is like. I'm gonna see if I can show this off. Yeah. Just look at this beauty. So these are like all drawings based on wood etchings from like original drawings or something like that. And these books are like full of them. But look, some of them are so epic. So sick. Like, look at how dramatic. Look at how dramatic some of these like images are. Like this image. I don't know how well you can see it on the stream because, ugh. Yeah, look at how dramatic that is. That's something out of Dark Souls almost, you know? And these are so every book has like a couple of regions in it. And then this is like the borders of France. So it kind of talks about like different areas in the borders of France. I mean, I'm gonna have a look through this. But yeah. Again, look at that. That's like a video game environment, you know? It looks so cool, looks so epic. Yeah, I got a couple of these books. So these are, oh my god, they are falling apart. Be somewhat careful with them. Does it even have the dates? This is a book from Rotterdam. Because this was from around the time that Belgium wasn't like a separate country yet, you know? Think, when did we... Oh no, was it 1830? I can't remember. I'm very patriotic, as you can tell. When was this? Does it even have a date? I think so. I don't think it does. The date here. But even like, you know, like the... If I can get my camera to focus on it. Like the book itself is beautiful, you know? And I've got 4 of these. What is the text about? So I think I've not looked through them. Let's have a look. It is the same as the other book. It is basically people traveling to like distant places in the world and then coming back with like sketches and drawings and tales about that part of the world. And then they just bundled all those stories basically like in all of these books. At least that is my understanding of it. So this is literally like what is in here? So Northern Italy, Norway, Spain, the borders of France, Calabria, Sicily, the Black Forest in Germany, Sweden, Gibraltar, Dresden, and Saxon Switzerland, which is now like it's not even a thing anymore, I think, or like it's a region within Switzerland, but then it was maybe separate. I don't know. Yeah, it's literally Traveler's Tales, right? So it's literally, let's see. Let me see if I can find like an interesting, because this is all in Dutch, right? Let me see if I can read some of these places. The vast white and blue. Oh my god, this is also written in like Old Dutch, so it's not even like it's. I'm struggling with like reading like the Dutch version of it even. But the vast, unending white and blue like raging sea has a square footage of like 500 square kilometers, and is completely covered with forever snow and ice. And it stretches to the right of us and to the top of us out. And this is talking about like glaciers in like Norway, you know? Like the fjords in Norway. And then like these are some of the images. I mean, god dang. Look at how beautiful that is. Oh, so pretty. But yeah, I got some reading to do. I would actually love to scan these images in somehow, or like take pictures from them and like clean them up. 'Cause, oh my god, there's so much cool stuff in here. Like literally every image that is in here. Um Literally every image that is in here is like worth making like an environment around. Can you tell the name of the book or the author? So I'll tell you the Dutch version first, right? So this is from G. Keller, and it's called Europa in al zijn heerlijkheid. So it's like Europe in all its like niceness. And it's like multiple books from like G. Keller. So let's actually have a look together. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can find something. I'm no longer available. Yeah, so I guess it is this, right? But yeah, oh my god, look at all these images. Oh my god, they're so cool. Yeah, this is a different version of it. From when is this then? Doesn't even say. Oh, here we go. There's like a book online. Oh, it has this weird like issues with it though. From 1880, apparently. It's freaking crazy. So yeah, I'm just casually looking at books from like the 1800s, which is freaking weird to think about. Abstract Duck, is this reference for sculpting? No. So this is just like the intro to the stream. I was talking about books that I got from my mom that were like really interesting for like environment art references. So like random page of like one of the 5 books that I've had. Like, here we go. First opening of the book. Look at these images. Like, there's so much choice in here. Like, I want to make that house right now. Like, what the hell? I guess, like, I'm kind of using it as like a reference for the future. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Yeah, Scapolo is saying that looks awesome. Yeah, kind of Game of Thrones is some of those pictures. Yeah, 100%, dude. 100%. It's like of course, like those images and those pictures and those etchings are like dramatized versions of what they are, right? But that makes them really cool. And it's sort of like what Dark Souls does to like very stereotypical like environments, right? They just turn up the drama to like 1000%. It's really cool. I already see these things in the medieval environment. Yeah, we're definitely gonna see how we can introduce some of those things in our environment too, because it could be the way that I'm thinking about like the medieval project, right? I know that I can barely spend any time working on it, but the way that I'm thinking about it is that I want to build a kit that I can then reuse in future environments, or like maybe we'll make like multiple medieval things and then get inspired by those books to then recreate some of those elements in it. That's what I'm currently thinking about, because it was sort of always supposed to be my playground anyway. So yeah, once we have the kit, hopefully that gives us like, more inspiration and references to build from. I have some old line art print illustrated Bible, and the details are just mad. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I recently started hoarding image atlases and encyclopedias for referencing. Yeah, this is the thing. So like these books, and I've got a ton of them. Like the right side of my room is currently full of like books that are like unorganized, and I need to go through them all still. But I think with how shitty the internet is becoming in terms of like reference hunting and all that kind of stuff, and like especially like authentic references, right? It's kind of forcing me at least to like go back to like those older books, you know? Um because yeah, it's really hard to really find like really interesting stuff on the internet right now, because the majority of stuff you get fed to you is just like pretty generic stuff, right? Unless you go like really deep and you spend like hours and hours and hours and hours. But then I think I'm getting to the point where it will probably become easier and less time intensive for me to actually go to a library and then look in certain categories and like go through old books compared to like what it is online. That's where I'm going to right now. Like it feels weird. It shouldn't be that way, but I'm feeling more of that pull, you know? Because yeah, I mean, nothing really compares to like something like this, right? Like an architectural handbook on like Gothic architecture with like life-size examples, and you can look up like those places in real life and on Google and all that kind of stuff. Like there's nothing that really goes above like some of these references. So yeah, it's a weird time. It's a weird time because yeah, like you're saying, Scabal, it's just like there's so much like AI bullshit going on, you know? And there's so much of it that when so I'll give you this is almost like it's like a revolution, right? Like there's before AI and after AI. Before AI, I would go on Google and I could trust everything, and I wouldn't even think about having to like decipher where it comes from and all that kind of stuff, right? Because you couldn't really recreate stuff easily, so you could tell what is like a drawing or what is not, right? Now, I feel that when I'm referencing something, I feel that I spend most of my time trying to actually suss out like the AI generated images. I don't want to be spending my time on that, you know? Like I just want to go online, look for the stuff that I want to look at, and then also yeah, find the stuff that I want to find. So and I don't care about like spending way too much time about like diving really deep and going to like someone really niche blog and then finding out that they do like medieval inspired carpentry and all that kind of stuff, right? That's what I want to do, but it feels like so annoying now. Hello, Guillaume. Robert is saying you can filter Google images based on the year, so you can filter for only published images before AI was a thing. That's a good point, actually. I should do that more often. And that's actually a note that I will make for like a lesson that I'm writing about that as well. So yeah. Yeah, it is just annoying, you know? Like I don't want to be spending a bunch of time like trying to figure out like if this is real or not, right? Because some of them are so close to reality that it becomes like really hard to decipher now. Just freaking annoying. There's this old bookshop called the Antiquariat. No idea how it's called. Me neither. I just read that out loud and I don't know if that's correct, but just old used cheap books like a gold mine. I spent 3 hours there last week. Yeah, there's one place like that in Antwerp, like close to the city where I'm from, that I do want to really go and check out at some point if we're in the vicinity. And then see if we can find like some really, really interesting old books. Yeah. But there is still a part of me that likes having stuff digital, you know? Like if I If it would only wasn't filled with like all this AI bullshit. I mean, enough said about that, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, that's a good point, Robert. Thank you for sharing that suggestion. So, what you would filter the year before like 2022 or something like that, right? And then you would avoid like all AI generated images. That's a good point. Because yeah, I don't do that enough, so I should do that more. Lily is saying sometimes I search year based as well. It helps a lot. Okay, that's good to know. Abstract Duck is asking, ever struggle with mechanical understanding of mechanisms or structures of buildings? I often end up going into a rabbit hole of how mechanics actually work. Well, I would say that you're not really struggling with it then, right? Like, I do the same thing, but it's because I think a very thorough understanding of how something works gives me a better appreciation and allows me to better execute on like replicating something, right? For sure. Is there like if like let's say like a really simple like bike mechanism, right? Like how like old school bikes used to work with like a chain between two wheels. If you are spending like 2 weeks researching how that works and what the history of that stuff is, like maybe spending a bit too much time, you know? But it is always good to have at least like a fundamental, like a very rough understanding of how something works, even if you don't understand like all the intricacies about it, because then you can be more I guess more realistic with your execution of those things, right? Vincent de Rozier's last video gives you good ideas about this topic. Oh, really? Let me give that a check then, because I've not checked that out. That would be cool. All right. We're gonna be sitting down. We're gonna be doing some portfolio reviews. Matty is saying it sucks that you have to filter out before a year though, because you're likely hiding new art that deserves attention. Yeah, yeah. That's a thing, right? I feel that also my advice that I give to young upcoming artists, right? Where you have to make the art, you have to put your heart and soul into it, and then you also have to share it with people, right? So social media, all that kind of stuff. It is becoming very tricky to give people some really good advice on the second topic, right? The first topic hasn't changed too much, but like, how do you effectively share your work in the age of, you know, like AI? Because even if you make something that looks really, really, really good, of course, the people that can recognize like AI from like non-AI stuff, like they're gonna recognize it. But a lot of people are just gonna confuse it with the real thing, right? Which used to happen before as well, but not to the same degree. Because yeah, and then I mean, there's so much stuff to go into there. Like the social media stuff is changing so quickly. It is kind of, yeah, it is kind of frustrating, you know, because I felt that like social media to me, like the way that I was using Twitter and the way that like Facebook was when I was coming up, like that was like really, really helpful. And it was like really helpful in getting the word out there and getting like a dependable amount of traction, right? Right now, you might be making some really good stuff, but it just depends on like where it spreads and how it gets attention, because the algorithm is more and more catered towards stuff that we as artists just necessarily don't engage with all too much, right? Which is like really annoying. Lily is saying it feels like it's a lot harder to get attention on social media now compared to a few years ago. Yeah, I will give you one tip. So one of the things that I've seen people do recently, and I think this is a really good tip. For example, if you use my Whip Wednesday streams to get feedback, right? tag me at the end when you're posting your work, right? On LinkedIn, whatever platform you can find me on, really, right? Tag me on it, and then I'm inclined to just also just be like, hey, look, like this person made this cool little thing that we gave feedback on, because it's you get the benefit and I also get the benefit, right? Because it's some sort of like win-win situation for the both of us. And I think that seems to be the current way that you can get like oversized traction if you do that with like a couple of people, right? So let's say you go to like all the Discord servers, you get feedback from like a bunch of people. Some people really helped you and they stood out compared to the rest of it. Like just tag them, right? Like just tag them in your posts when you post it, and that gives you like additional eyeballs if they then reshare it because they gave you feedback, right? And that is a good way of creating like this win-win scenario between the two of you, and it creates you extra traction. Yeah. Yeah, not only me, right, Guillaume? I think the highlight there is try to get attention from as many people you can, but be a little bit more open with like tagging other people, right? So that, let's say if you have participated in Whip Wednesday for like a couple of weeks, then like, yeah, always feel free to tag me. Once the product is done, then yeah. I think that's one of the main ways that I can see now that people are getting like really oversized traction, or you have to, or it has to be like in video format, right? I have to say I'm a little bit out of date because I've not gone on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account whatsoever. I mean, we have one for Beyond Extent, I guess, but that's for other purposes. I guess on those platforms you can still find like an outsized reaction to what you post. But yeah, it's almost like you have to chase it, you know, which is not what you want to do. And to thank the people who helped on my project, of course. Yeah. And I think that's what it comes down to, right? I think for us artists, I think diving more into the community aspect again, right? That to a certain degree we're all in this together, and that I might be further along my journey than you are, but that doesn't mean that we can't help each other out, you know? So yeah. Yeah, it would be interesting. Does anyone else have any tips? Does anyone else have like any ideas on how to, which platforms work, what kind of format works? Like, have you seen any success yourself, chat? Because I'd be curious to know. Because if so, then it would be nice to share that with other people as well sometime. Abstract Duck is also asking a question in the meantime. Oh yeah, this is a good reminder. If you have any questions about working in games, environment art, like my career before that, all that kind of stuff, feel free to ask any questions. So the question is, how do you deal with audio design for scenes, ambient, sliding metal, or record in a thrift store, like an audio library? With all the stuff that I've done, it was always like pretty simplistic, right? So I've always done audio library stuff. There's some good, I think it's freesounds.org has like a bunch of free sounds. You'll have to tune them out. And you'll have to tune them to your specifications, right? But yeah, that's the way that I do it. I'm also not an audio designer, right? So the stuff that I do is very simplistic compared to what other people do. We're actually going to be looking at Rustam's work in just a second, because I think he does a great job of doing audio design. Robert Couts and Harry are both saying that like LinkedIn is the easiest to get traction for. Yeah, I think so too, right? That's my feeling as well, and it's also the least. How would I say it? Like it's It's also the platform where I do enjoy engaging with other people the most compared to some other platforms. And this used to be Twitter for me. Like, I love Twitter. But yeah, there's too much bullshit going on Twitter these days. And I think even with that said, right, there's still people that are out there making a very successful, let's call it, I don't know, a very successful profile on Twitter, right, where they get like reliable traction and they're really good at generating all that kind of stuff. But it feels like I'm more comfortable on Twitter now. But I mean, my tip to new people would definitely be like, don't bottleneck yourself into one platform. Use a tool like Buffer or If This Then That or something like that, so that you can just post on one thing and it automatically posts on the other platforms as well. Yeah. I really need to post more whips on LinkedIn. Yeah, you should, especially in the beginning. I think you have to be somewhat savage with it, right? And also, like I said, I actually have a card from Nvidia there, because when I took part in, God, this is so long ago. They had like Screenshot Saturday, and I think at a certain point they did like a challenge, and if you participated in that, you could like win like a graphics card or something like that if your work got picked from those people. But it forced you to like tag them and like make a couple of posts about like their social media, right? And I was lucky enough to win a graphics card in that, and that only happened because I didn't care about like tagging people, right? I also reached out about there's this, when I was still into concept art, there's Scott Robertson. He's like an illustrator, but does like really interesting line drawings and like vehicle designs, and he's really good at like mechanical drawing. And he reached out and he was saying like, oh, I want to test like international shipping. Let me know if you want to participate. And I was like, fuck yeah, send me a print of yours to like Belgium, you know? And like a couple of weeks later, I got like a print of his, like free of charge, like in the post. So it's like there is something about like just being like rootless with that stuff, right? I mean, rootless is like the wrong word, but like just don't think about it. Just try it and see what works, right? And just try everything. Which exact card and model? It was a 1080 Ti that I won, which was my previous GPU. And I still got the card here. Oh, I guess it's from Epic Games. But it's cool, right? Good. It's cool that you can just, I mean, yeah. The fortune favors the bold, or whatever the saying is, right? But yeah, to come back to that topic, Lily, get a tool like Buffer. Buffer, especially, that would probably be my recommendation. It is a free tool where you can link 3 of your social media channels. And what you can do is, if you just post to whatever, right? Or you use Buffer to like set up a post to LinkedIn, and then you can just say like, oh, also post it to Instagram or Facebook or whatever you have, right? And then it just like takes care of the busy work for you. And I think it has a dashboard where we can see like all the reactions. So it basically combines all your stuff into one platform. And then you can just like, I don't know, keep engaging with the platform that you like the most, you know? And if a content has been once successful on social media, like a 3D prop or a drawing, you can post it again. Yeah, there's a certain amount of recycling you can do, right? There's also, that is data, right? That is valuable data. So I've done this a couple of times where we post like our weekly tips, right? Some of them do well, some of them don't do well. And I have like a dashboard where I can see which ones got the most traction. And that gives me an idea of what kind of content I need to build more content around, right? Like it's a good indication of like, hey, look, people are really, really interested in knowing more about like metrics and grid settings because that's a setting that's no one really talking about, for example, right? And you can kind of do the same thing with you, right? Like if you then see that like a lot of people are like engaging with like, let's say a breakdown that you did, and you can go to the comments and just be like, oh, that's what they liked about it. You can then build some social media content around that for the next time, right? But yeah. It is like we are creating like visual images at the end, right? Like visual stimuli. So you can just like repurpose and recreate that for like the next couple of posts. It's probably also the best platform for getting noticed by someone who would hire you. So yeah, LinkedIn is a good one for sure. Yeah, yeah, potentially. I think LinkedIn works more in a way that you apply to jobs. It's more like an official way. For example, the reason why I say this is because I got my job at Ubisoft Berlin because I posted on Twitter, right? But because Twitter doesn't have like, or at least at that time, it didn't have like a job board or anything like that, right? So the only way that that could happen was them reaching out to me and then setting up like an interview, right? Whereas with LinkedIn, it feels like you have to go through the official channels way more. Does the discoverability help? For sure. But I think because there's like a job platform attached to it, it's companies probably expect you to go through the official channels more rather than yeah, just reaching out to you. Let's see. To post something every day on LinkedIn, I remembered it worked to get visibility. I posted some small 3D modeling every day. It gave me an audience, but professionally, I'm not sure if it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's also a good point to bring up, right? Because you also don't want to dive too deep into like making content for content's sake, because that is not going to be necessarily contributing to like if you want to get into the games industry necessarily, right? So I think posting something every day is good if that then still allows you to have time to work towards your bigger goal, right? Because also what I will say now is that first of all, social media platforms, they reward you for being active, right? So that's going to feed into the algorithm and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to reward you for that over the long term. The question to me has always been, is it worth to do that, right? Because what we're seeing now is, let's say you build an audience on Twitter, right? Or I guess any platform, because all the platforms are doing this. People that follow you, they get to see your content less and less. So that means that your follow count and that number going up, or that audience, is becoming less and less important, right? So it's more about like how you play into the algorithm, because follows, they don't really matter that much. And you can actually see this, right? Like this happens on YouTube, this happens on LinkedIn. There's I saw this example, for example, yesterday, right? So I stumbled on a podcast from GameSpot, right? It's been a while since I looked at GameSpot. I don't think I've ever followed them necessarily. Anyway, I saw it on there. It was a pretty interesting like little podcast. GameSpot themselves has like 6 million followers, right? That podcast that was like released, like I think like a day, I don't know, was it a day or like a couple of days ago, had like 10,000 views. And that to me is always interesting. The massive gap between like that follower count and the amount of traction that you get, right? So my recommendation is always to build like, I don't know, like an email list or something like that, right? Especially if you're going into like the route of like creating resources for people, going into the mailing list side is probably going to be more beneficial. It's a win-win situation being active on social media regarding your artwork. It gets some attention no matter what. Yeah. I 100% agree. 100% agree. It is trial and error, right? Like I would try and try to see what works for you, and then keep doing more of that and keep experimenting. What do I texture in? Mostly Substance Designer, honestly. I prefer working in Substance Designer more than I do in Substance Painter. Justin is also asking a good question. Do you ever worry about the politics that goes into sharing your work in social media? Sometimes I think that there are people out there who have personal issues with me before actually knowing me. Um, so first of all, I've never really had issues with people like that before, right? But also, who gives a fuck, you know? It's just like a random person online, but why should you care? I know that there's like psychologically, like as people, we do care about that. But if it's a random person, you don't even know who's behind it, right? Like what I always tend to imagine is that if there's like a person who doesn't have like good critique or good feedback and is just like, oh my god, this is shit, then it's like this could be like a 6-year-old kid. Am I gonna then have to like spend extra time in my day to think about like that impact that had on my life? It feels like a waste of time to me, you know? Um that being said, I've always tried to be like really open and honest. Like if you ask me any question here, I'll try to answer it in the best of my ability. There's probably a bunch of people that don't agree with what I say out there, right? I've never really had like public hate for it necessarily. Um but yeah, I don't know. I don't really worry about it. And I don't think neither should you know? Because I think what makes your opinion interesting is if you really, really believe in it, right? If that is your thing that you believe in and you still have an open mind about being challenged on that topic and you want to have a conversation about it, which is good. But if that is your opinion, that is your opinion, right? And I don't know. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. Did you move to Berlin? Yes, I did. So yeah, I moved a couple of times. I'm originally from Belgium, moved to the UK, moved to Berlin, moved to the UK, and then moved to Belgium again. So yeah, we've been all over the place a little bit. What option is the best? Applying on the website directly or through LinkedIn? Hmm, that's a good question because I have no data on this. I have no data because I would assume that if you can apply directly on the website, that is probably the best way to do it. Because if a company is going to open up a position on LinkedIn, in most cases that I can think of for big AAA studios, they will funnel you to the site at a certain point anyway. Um, so yeah, I would honestly, I would honestly try both. You know, I would honestly try both. Mm-mm. What option is the best? So we just read this, and what is the big portfolio no-no or things to avoid in general? I mean, we are going to be talking about some things in just a second, right? We're just going to switch over to some portfolio reviews in just a bit. The biggest no-no or things to avoid, I think, if we're going to go really broad, right, is not knowing what you need to specialize in. So, especially if you want to get into AAA, it's maybe a better way to say this is not knowing the demands of the market. I think that is the biggest portfolio no-no, right? It's not knowing what you want to get into and then just building work that to build up your portfolio. It's like being very unguided and like not doing research of the market that you want to go into, right? If it's AAA, you're going to have to specialize. If it's going to be indie, you want to broaden your horizons a little bit, right? You can do environment art, but then you probably have to do more things within environment art. Um, yeah, what other big no-nos? What other big no-nos? I would actually, that would be good to kind of build a list upon, right? Because I know a bunch of stuff that you shouldn't be doing, but like big no-nos? That's an interesting question. Anyway, let's dive into some portfolio reviews then. Let's do that. Let me switch on over to the main screen and let's get into. So, first of all, we're going to be talking about Rustam's work. So let's have a look. So Rustam submitted their work on the 12th of January. If you want to submit your work as well, feel free to become a member on beyondextend.com. The link is in the description down below, and you can get your portfolio reviewed as well. So the goals are Larian Studios, Ubisoft, Guerrilla, THQ Nordic, Warhammer Games, Diablo, The Witcher. So RPG games, right? That's what we're broadly focusing on. Cool. And then you're moving from ArcViz to game dev. Cool. Okay. So let's have a look. I forgot to adjust. Let me hide the chat box for just a second. We are going to be looking at you as an artist first. So, Tbilisi in Georgia. Never been, but sounds awesome. An environment artist open for opportunities. An environment artist with 5+ years of experience in 3D production, combining ArcViz discipline with game-ready modular thinking. Okay, I built immersive environments through unique assets, strong composition, and visual storytelling. I'm also keen on set dressing, procedural materials, and vegetation creation. Accustomed to staying creative and flexible while handling fast iteration, feedback loops, and deadlines. Currently based in Georgia, originally from Ukraine. All right. Cool stuff. It's a little bit thick. It's a little bit lengthy, you know? Because it can honestly just be the first little section here. And then anything else kind of is more like show it to me visually rather than you telling me, right? So this could almost be condensed or like cut out necessarily. What might be interesting is talking about the stuff that you can't see, right? So, God, I was gonna say like great with teamwork and all that kind of stuff, but that sounds super generic, right? If there is something about your soft skills that you could potentially tell to us in this case, that would be pretty interesting, because we're going to be looking at your technical skills because that's what your portfolio is, right? It's your technical skills on display. But if you can tell us something more about like your soft skills and what you really are good at, that would be interesting to dive into. But cool. Let's have a look. So you got a couple of links here. Let's open them up. Curious. So this is your portfolio that's hosted on Adobe Portfolio. Okay. You've got some additional things on here that are not on your portfolio, I think. But they might be combined into different things. Oh, and that just links back. That's all good. Digital creator, that's sort of like roughly what I saw. You got some of your ArcViz stuff on here too, which there is still a part of me that would say like add your ArcViz stuff on here as well, right? So that you can showcase that you've been doing professional work in ArcViz for the longest time, right? Because some of this stuff, sure, it's not relevant to game dev, but if you just have a folder that says like ArcViz, right? And you put that at like the back of your portfolio, then I can be like, okay, this is not necessarily relevant to, let's say, game art, but I can see where you're coming from and maybe have a look into your professional work as well, right? I think that could be good to add here. We're kind of getting into like the weeds already a little bit. Let's see. Cool, so you got that stuff linked in here. Let's actually have a look at your about page. We are going to be looking at this. I am going to be a little bit more careful with what I share on screen. Hopefully. Hold on, give me a sec. I want to make sure that we do this properly this time. Right, okay, we're back. Is there anything? Yeah, okay. Let me draw, we are gonna just obscure your contact information. Cool. It's a little bit out of date, the Adobe portfolio, I mean. Yeah, I think it's okay to have one, right? And that's the reason why I check it. It is more, I mean, most people are just gonna stick to like ArtStation anyway, right? Okay, so environment artist with 5 years of experience. So this is the same thing that we saw in the description, right? Which is not too bad. I would still probably condense it a little bit, but that's okay. Can we actually... These are clickable. That is awesome. And then you have like your architectural visualization studio experience on here, which is good. Delivered 100%, 100 plus large-scale exterior scenes under deadlines. That is cool. Significantly improved render time by optimizing scenes. Nice. This is good, right? It's showing that you're also thinking about like the technical side of things as well. Maintained and expanded an internal set of material library, improving scene assembly speed across multiple projects. Produced optimized assets with clean topology and efficient UV layouts depending on the viewer distance, which is good. Skipping through some stuff here. Owned the full production cycles on complex projects. Modeling, texturing, scene assembly, look dev, lighting, and final polish. That's awesome, you know? Awesome stuff in here. Let's have a look. And then you got your skills. Real-time assembly, PCG basic. Yeah, so okay, so you're doing a combination of like, hey, I have this skill using this program, right? Which is cool. I don't mind it too much. And then soft skills, fast learner, quickly adopts to new skills and workflows, reliable delivery, problem-solving mindset. Yeah. I would potentially grab all of this stuff and merge it into your summary, right? It's basically the same thing that we said about your description. It's just like condensing those soft skills, those interesting things that you tell about yourself, and condense them into your summary, and then make the rest of it just more about like your technical skills. That's what I would do. Yeah. That looks good. That looks good. Right, and then you have like your email here, you have your summary, which is all good. Okay, so yeah, overall, like a good start. Like I can easily connect with you. You got your PDF, like resume, all that kind of stuff on there. There's some things that need to be adjusted in your description, right? But that's like a minor thing. Do you have like a blog at all? Not that that means anything, but it's just always curious. Cool. And the rest of it is filled out as well. Nice. Okay, let me bring back the chat as well. Right, and then the next thing is we're going to be looking at like your initial presentation, right? I think your overall presentation is pretty good. I like what I'm seeing. I personally gravitate a lot towards like this one is really nicely framed. This one, of course, is really good as well. I think that this one, kind of in between these two especially, this feels like pretty, I don't know what the word is, like it feels like pretty simplistic or like less impressive than these other two, right? Maybe that's a thumbnail thing, or maybe that's a project thing. We'll have a look at that in just a second. Because I feel like these, yeah, some of these are like very dramatic, very moody, you know? Versus this one. But we'll have a look at that in just a sec. And then you got some other like smaller projects, which is cool. Right. Okay. So where do we start? We are going to be starting with... Start with this one. 6 months ago, this time, the goal was to create a hero asset with lots of detail, strong character, and a unique silhouette. A lot of time was spent creating interesting branches and took full, that look full from all angles without being too expensive to render. Cool. Yeah, this looks pretty interesting, man. I do really like the presentation of it. Got like the character next to it, which is cool. Different seasons as well. That is pretty interesting. Yeah, that could honestly be a good showcase for the lineup, or like, I don't know, a transition with a GIF, right? Just condensing the amount of images that you have in this scene. We've got a showcase of like the materials, which is good. Oh, okay, so you're changing. Interesting. Leaf amount is controlled by the opacity. Interesting. Photogrammetry, shape lookup, and then sculpting and then texturing. It's a sculpt, and then from the sculpt upwards, then you just generate your stuff on top of it, right? What do you use for that? Speed tree. Yeah, cool. This is looking really nice. I like the visuals, right? Like you got like some really interesting colors. The presentation is really cool. I would say this is a cool shot, but it's cool for the thumbnail. Because we're seeing it in the thumbnail. I think this is a great shot for the thumbnail, but maybe to cut it out, right? Because then we're not seeing the same thing twice. And then these could be condensed in a GIF. But then this stuff is pretty good. I like that you're showing all the stuff off. You got your try count. You got like your amount of oh, you got like your ground plane here as well. Which, I mean, it's okay to put it in there, right? For the presentation, I use like a 4K, but 2K works well within the game context. That is good. It's a slight note, but I think that's relevant, right? Then you got your branches. Nice. That is looking good. The only thing that I'm missing here is, okay, where is like UV set 1 used compared to UV set 2, right? So that I can immediately see like, oh, this is one texture set and this is the other texture set, right? I'm assuming that you've been smart and the base one is probably going to be your photogrammetry one, and then the rest of it is just going to be like your generic branches on top of it, right? But yeah, it would be good to showcase that off as well. It was pretty cool. This is a minor point. I mean, it's a square format and the rest of it is all like non-square, right? Minor point, but yeah, maybe filling this out a little bit. Again, it's a minor thing. You don't have to do that. I think it's just my personal annoyance with it when stuff jumps around. No, this is cool though. This is cool. I like your little breakdowns. I like that you focused on like one thing and made it look really cool. And this is actually something, because I did have a look at your portfolio before. This is actually something that I wish you would have done with other projects. I'll tell you what I mean. This grave generator is cool, right? But make a full scene out of it, right? Like make a cool looking graveyard out of it, and then just showcase like, oh yeah, I did this cool little graveyard thing, right? Because right now, it just feels like you're showing off. How is the best way to say this? It feels like you're just only showing off the tool, but you're not really selling it. You know, that's what I would focus on here. Is like, I know that you have like your graves in here, right? Which we'll get to that point in just a minute. But even if it's a standalone thing, like try to sell it as if it was like a standalone thing, right? Because, I mean, you might see this coming. I'm already getting the feeling, like from my little research that I've done before, a little look, that we're getting into a case of like, hey, I want to add more quantity rather than quality to my portfolio, right? Because you have this Hell Gates environment, It looks awesome, right? It looks really, really cool. And then you have like a bunch of technical stuff that you build to make this environment. And then you decide to split that off between like, oh, these are the materials, these are the graves, these are the pillars, you know? And it's just like, do we need that? Does it need to be a separate thing? I don't think so. Anyway, let's dive into this one then, and let's properly break that down. Because again, this stuff is fucking awesome, right? Like the work that you're presenting here looks really, really cool. The attention to detail, the way that it flows, like you're bringing all of your individual things together into one scene, right? Which is amazing. I like that. So again, really, really cool. And then you have a little breakdown here. So what is that pointing at? So ready assets with adjusting. I'm assuming that means mega scans, right? A little tip here. Call it like third-party assets or something like that, or like mega scan assets. I mean, I do get what you mean, right? Just to make it like a little bit clearer. Speed review, vertex paint, the wind animation, advanced fog shader material, sheet material. Looking really cool. PCG. Yeah. There's a bunch of cool stuff, right? And I think you're doing a good job at breaking it down. Most of the stuff that I'm going to be saying here is going to be more about like how do you put like the final touches on the presentation rather than actually critiquing the content itself, right? So for this one, for example, it would be cool to see all the individual bits like come into play, right? So at first you see the whole scene, and then you have the areas with red that are trim sheets, and then you add the green areas in for your tileables, and then you have the blue areas in for your baked assets, right? Something like that, so that it becomes like a little bit more interactive. Because it's not necessarily that this is bad, right? But it's also about like how do you really sell it, right? And like how do you show, it's almost like showing off that you take the extra time to really impress people with your breakdown, right? This is some cool stuff. I like this presentation. The only thing that I don't like about it is that it's not see-through. I'll give you an example of another scene, right? This is from like Dark Souls. I don't like how big they are in the scene here, but it is cool that they are cut out and then you have them as like a visual showcase at like the bottom. I would personally try and be a little bit more specific. Like for example, this one is used here, this one is used here, and maybe draw like faint lines towards like the different elements. Or again, do the GIF, right? Where maybe you have this as frame number 1, and then frame number 2 can be the one where you point out like little areas where those materials are used, right? Just to makes it like interactable. But again, content is here. I like what I'm seeing. It's just how do we put the presentation into play, right? Model 2 sets, stones and debris, bake them into tileable texture atlases, and use it for scattering, which is cool. I like this approach. I think what can be added here is maybe a short little, I don't know, like a short little video of how do you actually do that, right? Because for sure, I know how that works, right? But it could be cool to then showcase like how that is being used in Substance Designer. You got your main props. That's cool. Texel density is in there as well, which is cool. It's good to see. Hello, McVal. Good to see you. Oh, for people in the chat, we are going to be diving into those questions, right? So keep asking them. And then after I'm done with this portfolio review, we will get to your questions. But thank you so much for asking them. So prop details renders inside the engines. Ground details, decals, this sort of stuff, make it more context aware, right? Like, oh, also, I didn't even notice that was a decal here because they're so faint. What I would do with these guys is again like something similar that you're doing here, right? But zoom in on like a couple of areas and say like, hey, look, this is where I use decals. What I would probably do is you don't necessarily have to showcase like all the decals per se. But what I would probably do is, let's say, oh, let's give this a try. Can I use Epic Pen this time? I think I might have to reinstall it if not. But I would probably just like divide this frame up in like a couple of sections and then just be like, hey, look, this is my decal that I used. And then the space above it, I would use it as like a section of my scene, right? So like a screenshot from my scene, and then this is where the decal, or like the decal, how it looks. So, because it's always about like, okay, how do you, oh my God, this is so horrendous. Because it's always about the context, right? Like, where do you use the decal? Where's the material placed in the scene? Where, like, how are you approaching different things, right? The chat overlay is hiding the profile. Yeah, I know. It's not, we talked about the profile before. I can... I'm not going to play around with it too much. I am going to give a shout out to the person who's doing this. Oh, I'll do something better. So if you want to follow along with this review, I will actually do this. You can check the work out yourself because it is worth checking out. Cool. And then you got like all the ground decal material breakdowns, which is cool. This is cool, right? I don't really care about like most of this stuff in here, even though I will say this is one of the presentations that is actually readable and is digestible, right? Because I can sort of see what you're doing with your decals. But I just think personally the way that you created it or how you created it is only going to be relevant to, let's say, a beginner, right? Not to a person who's going to be hiring you, I would say, in the most part, unless it is like really, really impressive, right? I don't think that this is like super relevant. But it is good in showcasing that, like, hey, look, this is my individual decal and this is how it's used in the engine, right? Let me... Is it like music in this? No, I think it was just like audio, right? We were talking about audio before, right? And I think you've done a fantastic job on the audio in your scene. The closer you get to the gate, the more the voices start talking, right? Which is really, really cool. And then you got some ambient sounds with like crows in the back. Very atmospheric. I think that stuff is really cool, right? I think that really like elevates it. The only thing that I sort of, I don't hate it, right? Like that's a strong word. The only thing that I think is a missed opportunity is that it is buried in the post, right? So I think you have like your Hell's Gates like overview here, but this is more like an actual cinematic thing, right? In the breakdown, first of all, make sure that it's like an autoplay video, and then maybe call this section like the sound design, right? Oh, Sheila, you were about to miss a stream. No Discord announcement. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. I forgot to do the Discord announcement. I need to set something up for that because I completely forgot about that too. So thank you for that, Sheila. But yeah, as I was saying, like it's awesome that you have it here. Like that the sound design and the way that you approach it is awesome. I'm starting to think that it might be worth adding little header banners. So what I say with that is, and this is more something like this, right? Where if you look at some of these posts, this is obviously coming from a presentation, right? But imagine if you have like a separate image that is just like the top little banner here, and then you call it like sound design, right? And then underneath sound design, you have all your stuff that has to do with sound design. And then maybe another section could be technical tools, you know? And then you just talk about like all your technical tools that you've made, you know? I think that could be like really interesting to approach like a really dense art piece like this. Because yeah, then you have like your vertex painting and all that kind of stuff, which looks cool. This presentation looks really cool as well, right? Just showcasing like how you break down like these are my base textures. This is like RGBA packed mass, and then with vertex paint and with decals. This is interesting that you use RGB mass and then also vertex paint and then also decals. That's a lot of stuff. Oh, can I share the link? Yes, 100%. So here you go. But anyway, that's more like art feedback, right? But this stuff is really cool, you know, like, hey, these like things, I made them myself. This is like how I got like the maximum model and then adjusted and sculpted the maximum model to then get to that end, right? Which is really cool. Again, it can be condensed, but the study you're showing off is really cool. These examples are great, you know? I love the way that you're presenting this. I know that this is packed full of information, but I love the way that you're presenting it, right? The only minor complaint that I could have is that I can barely see the wireframe, right? But that is because you are condensing so much information into this image, right? So that's the only minor complaint that I have about like this image, because for the rest of it, this image is freaking awesome, you know? Yeah, same thing here. Same sort of complaint, right? It's hard to see the wireframe, but that's only that's a minor complaint that I have. But like the amount, this is almost what I want to see from all your other posts or like all your other images and just combine them into such density as we're seeing here. Because this is awesome, right? And if you then treat the entire artwork with this sort of density in mind, you are going to end up with like way less of like, let's say, this stuff compared to doing something like this, right? Yeah, I would really think about that, the way that you present it, and condense it down. Exponential consistency. I mean, this is more like an optional thing. Again, I would kind of rely more on this kind of stuff, right? Because if I know that like you spend so much time talking about like your individual texture sizes and the texel density of all your assets, that I'm not going to be concerned about like how consistent it is necessarily, especially if you spend so much time breaking all the individual sections down here. I think this is great. This is optional. Detail lighting, roughness. And ground material blending. Yeah. This is okay. This is okay. I think this could be good if you then combine that with your ground textures where you present them, right? So McVal, we're coming to the same question like in every kind of portfolio review, right? I mean, it's worth talking about every time, I think. But do you think it's worth doing a separate post for breakdowns for larger scenes? It always comes down to how much interesting stuff you have to share, right? Like, I am not going to be mad if you show me a separate breakdown post and they all have this amount of density and it's like nicely broken up in the presentation, like this example, right? With like separate headings and all that. That would be freaking amazing. Is if you're gonna do like a separate breakdown post, make it worth my time, right? Like make it really in depth, really well presented, really take your time with it, and then it becomes worth it. Yeah. Yeah, the stuff that you're showcasing in here, Rustam, is really good. Again, most of the stuff that I said was more about like condensing the information or like making the information like even more presentable, right? But the stuff that you're adding in here is really, really good. I love the way that you're breaking it down. Presentation, especially when we go to like some of the later images here. Honestly, the only thing that I have to say is like the wireframe and maybe like give all the elements like a little bit more space to breathe, you know, because it is so much density. That's literally the only thing that I can say. Like the content of it, the way that you're presenting it is really good. That brings me to my next point, because now we're gonna go to something like this, which are the materials of your Hellgates material, your Hellgates environment, right? And then we get to the topic of like, okay, where again do we draw the line between like making a separate post, right? Because if you were to say, for example, in this case, to Megval's point, let's have Hell's Gates go all in on the presentation, add like those really nice videos, like the sound design where you walk through and all that kind of stuff in the GIFs, and then do a breakdown. And what I would personally do is go really in depth. And let's imagine that this is the breakdown post for now, right? I would just add all that stuff in there. And potentially question mark, especially these three. These three for sure. These ones, they kind of stand a little bit, well, this one stands a little bit more on itself, so we can keep that one. But yeah, in this case, I would condense it down to a breakdown post. Make it more efficient, make it easier to digest your entire portfolio. Because, again, these look awesome. Individually, there's nothing wrong with it. I would just condense it into a breakdown post. Because then, maybe... Here's the thing. Here's an invisible thing that happens a lot, right? When someone has a really, really good breakdown post, this will do the rounds, right? But that means that your breakdown post needs to be so good that like that individual link can be shared. And I think in this case, it's better to combine all of it into one post. I can then easily share that with like a person that I'm talking to, just saying like, hey, look, this is a good example of a breakdown, right? Because now we've split it up into so many different things that individually none of them are worth sharing, even though there's nothing wrong with the work, right? But it just adds that additional element into the mix. So you're saying some fine materials in here? Yep, materials are looking freaking awesome. And the presentation of them as well, right? Like the way you're presenting them looks really, really good. Yeah. So I don't really complain about like the presentation and or like the individual artistic content, right? It's more about like the way that we're presenting our portfolio. Same thing here. That can be in the breakdown post, or as again, like I said in the beginning, make it into like an individual post that can then stand on its own 2 feet. Should I better leave just beauty images into the main post and additional stuff into the breakdown? Yeah, for the most part, you really want to sell the beauty of the environment, and then maybe what you could do is say like, hey, look, this is some of the high level breakdown stuff, and then okay, I'm curious if they do it in here. No. So for example, what I'm thinking is instead of a slide like thanking the art team, what you would do at the end is have a banner and say like more in-depth breakdown found in the description, you know? something like that. And then you do like your full breakdown where you go really nerdy with like a bunch of videos, a bunch of breakdowns and all that kind of stuff, right? That's probably what I would do. So keep it like, yeah, have some of these like more generic breakdowns in here and then split them off into like a full breakdown post. Because this stuff is really interesting to see, right? It's still in context to the environment. So something like this, I would keep, clean it up a little bit. Some stuff like, what else would I keep? Yeah, potentially something like this. But yeah, it depends. Like if you already have like, let's say 10 images with just your beauty images, keep that as like your beauty renders, right? And then do a breakdown with all the rest of it in it. Right, and then we have some of these additional things in here, which is like this stuff is okay, but it feels just like something that you whipped up like really quickly, and it doesn't have like a lot of interest apart from that, right? I would say if you're doing something like this, make a little project out of it. Make it way more interesting than it is now. Because it is an interesting showcase, but I want to see a little bit more, right? At least build like a house with like a little materials next to it, or like a little diorama or something like that, right? These columns can easily be in the breakdown post. The grave generator as well. I'm gonna give the same comment for these rocks to like make it into something that's a bit more impressive, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I'll give this as an example, right? What would be a good example? It might be like a little bit of an unfair example, right? But these are also just like a bunch of rocks with like a couple of mushrooms, right? I'm really downplaying like the amount of like time and love that Alexander put into this, right? But this could be the way that you present your work as well, right? Because you're essentially doing the same thing. You have like a bunch of rocks, build a cave system out of it, right? And that becomes like immediately more impressive than doing something like this, right? Because you have the building parts are here, right? So you might as well build something out of it. And then maybe if you don't want to do like a bunch of mushrooms and stuff, just grab some megascans moss or grass and just like decorate it in a way where it looks like really cool, but it becomes more sellable, right? It becomes more interesting to look at. I'll share this again. Shout out to Alexander for this little reference. It has to be the mushrooms, 100%. And we have, because this is already like really interesting, right? Like this can stand on its own, whereas something like this really can't. So you need to do like a little bit more. I would start out with something like this. Start out with these images because these look like really, really cool. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here as well. Presentation of these, really cool. Right, you got your try counts. I'm sort of missing. Am I missing anything? Yeah, you got like your UV sheets here. Yeah, textures. Yeah, I think this is like a great little demo of like a nice scene that you could build, right? It feels like a top-down shot from PoE or Diablo. Yeah, 100%. Like, I feel like it's really, really on point. Like this stuff. You know, this is like game worthy already. And then again, right? It's like recognizing that this is really, really cool, and then not burying it in your portfolio, right? Because this looks great, but this looks awesome. Right. I think we've had mostly everything. Maybe, oh, we kind of skipped this one, right? This is a weird one. Because it feels, okay, so you wanted to do something more in like the fantasy style, right? Which is 100% something that I can respect. Like trying to do something different. But it is just feeling, it's a little bit, I don't know, like I don't want to say bare bones, but it feels like we can push this like way further than we're currently at. Because it kind of, I know that this is like pretty complex, right? But it kind of has this like air of simplicity around it, which I don't really like. And I think that comes down to the wear and tear and some of the texturing. I think it works when you get up close, right? So if we go to this image here, we can see all the individual elements working really well. But from a distance, it loses touch with that. So that would be something to like think of, like how this building reads from like a distance compared to close up. Yeah. But it's in stark contrast with the rest of your work as well. Right? Like the rest of it is like super moody. I feel like honestly this feels like it's a little bit going to like your ArcViz roots maybe, where it's like a little bit cleaner, like a little bit less interesting for game art purposes. If that is the thing that, if you catch my drift. This is like an RTS style building, right? I don't think it is. I don't think it is supposed to be, right? Because it has like a lot of detail kind of built into it. Let me actually read. Cyberpunk as the closest modern interpretation. I tried to use as many techniques as possible. This is cool. Because I dug through this already, and there's like some really cool stuff happening here again, right? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm being pretty harsh with it. But I mean, that's just like, maybe this is my personal preference. Sorry, what is RTS in this contract in this context? Like real-time strategy. So yeah, just like basically the same sort of viewing angle that you have from like Path of Exile, right? Where you just look at like a three-quarter like camera. It feels like, I think what Slade is getting to is that it feels like the building is more made towards those games because it lacks sort of like the scale and detail, like Slade is saying. Yeah. It just feels like it's an outlier in the portfolio, right? Maybe that's what I'm getting to. Maybe that's because it needs like that little that attention to detail, where you really try to make it feel like, you know, it's really worn, it's been damaged over time. Like there's a lot of leaks and like a lot of things like influencing the building, because now it feels like a little bit too clean for what it is. Yeah. Like really, like these sections, like really making this like freaking grimy and dirty and stacking up like a garbage bags in here, you know? Because this feels, it needs more. It needs more attention to detail than it currently has. But yeah, I think that was the review. Was there anything else that I noted down? So, uh, yeah, I think we talked about everything. But yeah, to kind of cap it off, I love those really in-depth breakdowns, right, that you've done for your latest piece. Honestly, the majority of the comments that I had about the portfolio was about the presentation and not feeling like it should be quantity over quality, right? Always focus on how impressive the individual artwork is compared to having to do more and kind of breaking it out into separate pieces. And if you really want to have stuff that like stands out, then try to build like a project around it, right? Because these two projects currently, you can easily cut them or build more content around it, right? So like you have like the hay trim piece and then the rocks piece. I don't think they add too much to your portfolio currently if you're not doing anything additional with it, right? And then some of these, so where do we land in the end? So if we scoot all the work up a little bit and then say, this one is good, I would replace the thumbnail, right? This one is good, this one is good. And then these ones, they're gonna go because we're gonna combine them into a breakdown post, right? And this, again, this would be my recommendation, right? And then these ones would be cut completely or be built into like bigger projects, right? And then this one, I would still keep it, right? But I would wanna see it elevated to like the amount of details that you're added in your first environment, right? And here's also another thing, right? And I just noticed this now, and I wasn't paying attention to it before. You know this as well, right? Because well, everyone does this with like their portfolio, right? Or at least should do. There is an unconscious like ordering that happens where like you know that this is what you want to do, so that is going to be in first place, right? Which is great. But that also means that like your more recent piece here, it indicates to me that you are like less happy with it than the first piece, right? So how do we solve that? Like how do we get it to that same level that we're going to be like happy with that one? Well, cool. Right. Thank you so much for sharing your work, Rostam. I will share your ArtStation again. Everyone in the chat, feel free to give Rostam a follow, give him a like on their work. They're doing some amazing stuff, and especially in the future, they're going to be doing even more amazing stuff. So, yeah. Now, let's go back. Let's do a little bit of a recap here. So we talked about like you as an artist, right? There were some like little bits here and there that we could like improve. But honestly, I think you laid it out pretty good. The only thing, and I don't know where I'm gonna put this in which category. The only thing that I would say is showcase more of your professional work. Yeah, because we are missing like your archivist work to tie that into your professional experience, right? That was the thing that I was really missing there. But the CV was good. The description was good as well. It's just like condensing that middle bit, right? Talking about more of your soft skills. But that's like a small thing. Let's see. So yeah, let's do a 7 on this. Presentation is good on like the latest images, right? So if we look at like some of these, like I like the presentation itself, the thumbnails, and especially on how you present your work here, right? Going into like the audio design and like those additional details. There's a lot of good presentation stuff in here. Where it suffers again is more about like the breakdowns. But yeah. So let's see. Let's put that at like a 6-ish. Wait, let's say presentation. I'm kind of doubting because it feels like the technique is really good, but then suffers from like condensing it. Where do we put this? I'm gonna say presentation is gonna be lower, but the techniques that you're using and the showcase of them is really, really good, right? And then the art itself is like good as well. When it comes to the art, because we talked a lot about the presentation and stuff, if you really want to take the art to the next level, it is that attention to detail, right? Like how do we then elevate, let's say, the staircase? How do we make it more broken, more torn up? Like how do we add that like additional extra bit of detail in there? Because I love what you're doing here. Like this scene looks freaking awesome, but there's also a part of me that it makes it look like a little bit stiff as well, right? So adding those additional breakups and like, I don't know, destroyed pieces in the pillars, and especially with the way that you're building them, can really, really sell it to the next level. Cool. So let's say this is where we're going to be landing. So missing your ArcFist stuff, I think your presentation of the breakdowns especially was really good. But it needs to be condensed. And I think what really could be helpful, again, like linking back to like the Diablo 4 post, right? Like really thinking about like, okay, this is Hell's Gate. What does the visual language of my Hell's Gate project look like? And then finding like, and it's gonna get really, really nerdy and boring perhaps, but like, what font are you gonna be using? Like, are you gonna make like little elements in the corners? Again, that stuff can really push your presentation to the next level, because I'm not gonna lie, like all the content that you have in your portfolio already is very similar to like the quality that we're seeing here, right? So that is amazing. It's more about like, okay, how do you bring then the presentation to the next level as well? And then it needs more graphic design, right? Like graphic design, like really thinking outside of the bounds of, hey, I only do environment art. I don't care about like fonts and like how I do my presentation. Really think about that stuff as well. So yeah. Thank you, Rustam. This is still broken, but it will fix itself in just a sec. So we're just gonna ignore that. Cool. We had some questions as well. We're gonna be moving on to Malta's work in just a second. So let's put that on screen. Let's go into some questions in the meantime, because there were like a decent amount of questions. So Scapel was asking a question: what if the place where I currently live in Australia doesn't have a lot of job opportunities in game dev? Should I consider moving to another countries or look for remote positions? Anything that you want to do or like should do. Let me rephrase that, right? Because that was the bad start of a sentence. If you really want to work in game dev, you will have to move. I don't know a lot of people who haven't had to move for game dev. And especially if you live in a place where you don't have a lot of game dev locally to you available, that is going to be your future, right? Remote positions, they're going to be scarce, and they're going to be really, really hard to get, because a lot of people, or like a decent amount of people, are looking for those jobs as well. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be a good way of going about it. So yeah, I would definitely say, like, if you live in a hub, the same for me, right? I live in Belgium. We don't have, especially at that time, we didn't really have like an interesting games industry. So that's why I had to move too. Yeah, so for sure. Harry is asking, is it true that AAA In AAA, most studios have large asset libraries and potential daily work for something like an environment artist that might just be cleanups and optimizing, etc. It depends. So I think most of the current work done in big AAA companies, if you're working as an environment artist, is not going to be cleanup and like optimizing and all that kind of stuff. Even though optimizing is definitely a big part of games, right? But it's more in rounds, right? So let's say if you're working on like an ambitious game and you hit like your visual limits or like your technical limits, then there will have to be a concerted push by the team to like optimize all the assets to get that into like technical restrictions for the target hardware that you're aiming for, right? Does that mean that you are going to be working mostly on cleanup and optimizing, etc.? No, because that's a huge waste of time for the company, you know? Like cleanup and optimization, sure, needs to happen, but that is not the thing that sells games, right? So I think most of the daily work that you're actually going to be doing as an environment artist in the games industry is set dressing. Especially if you work on like big open world like games, you're going to be doing a lot of set dressing. As an environment artist, at least. Abstract Ducks is asking, are mods good for a portfolio? Yes. I have not done any mods myself. Sort of like in a weird way, that's how I still got into games, because a friend of mine was doing like modding for Morrowind, and that was like really interesting and really opened my eyes, but never enough to where I stopped playing games and started making them. But I know a lot of people that got into games through modding. So yes. Game mods and level and questing design. So those are two different things, right? Like if you are going to spend like all of your time modding and making your own quests, then you are going to be spending a bunch of time becoming a quest designer, right? So be careful what you mod for, and like, but I mean, in the beginning, the way that you get into modding is just because you want to have fun, right? So don't restrict yourself too much. Rustam, and could I ask how the portfolio overall is relevant to my goals? Oh yeah, sure. So what were your goals again? I mean, you are going for like an RPG, RPG focused kind of like goal, right? Which is really good. Like the stuff that I saw in your portfolio like fits in that bracket like 100%. You're already doing experiments with like the more Diablo, Path of Exile kind of like top-down kind of view, right? And then you have like your latest image, your latest artwork that is more relevant to first person. So I think you're doing awesome. On that note, like there's nothing really for me to like recommend you to do differently. I think in this case, it's more that you just have to do more of it. That's what I would say. So condense the portfolio and then really spend more of your time working on like the next project, right? Because I think you're gonna be in the bucket of people that like in a better situated game dev industry should have already gotten a job, if I'm honest. But obviously that depends on like where you live, your opportunities, how open the companies are to relocating, where you are going to be relocating to. There's a lot of factors there that might be stopping you currently getting that job. So it's just about like adding more to the portfolio so that you're not trying to convince them, that it's almost like I land on your portfolio and it's going to be like, oh my God, we need to get this guy immediately. Why doesn't he have a job yet, right? And for that's why I focus so much of my time talking about that like extra presentation, right? Like how can you really sell yourself to the people that are going to be looking at your work? Let's see, Satish is asking, if I'm studying environment art, can I have vehicles and guns in my portfolio to showcase the modeling skill? Yeah, sure, but if they are the dominant thing that you have on your portfolio, then you are gonna get jobs that are gonna be relevant to vehicle and gun design instead of environment art, right? So it's not about like not having anything outside of environment art on your portfolio. It's more about being conscious where, if you have like, I don't know, if you have a lot of weapons on your portfolio, you are going to get a job as a weapons artist, right? Because that's what you want to do, because you put yourself into that position, right? So yeah, let's say if it's 50-50, don't be surprised that you might also get a job offer for like a weapon artist, for example. If the work is good enough, of course. Because that's an important thing to remember, right? Like you get to curate what you want to work for, right? Sure, you might have to do like the occasional prop here and there, but by and large, you get to design the work that you're going to be doing. And because a portfolio is a projection of your future job, right? Or should be. Is an asset store listing fair game for a portfolio? Asset store listing? What do you mean by that? As in like, hey, I made all this stuff for the asset store and now I'm going to add that to my portfolio? In that case, yeah. But I would still go a little bit deeper, right? It's more about the presenting the game art behind that. Hello, MS Arts. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Let's see. Any more questions? Thank you as well. Very helpful and inspiring. Yeah, Rustam. I mean, your job, like your art is already looking really, really cool. So if you just keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna get there. Given that opportunities in the games industry and all that, but yeah, the stuff that you're doing already is looking awesome. I think that was it for the questions. For people that joined more recently, feel free to ask any questions as we go through the portfolios here. I think one more portfolio from Malta, and then we're just gonna jump into Blender. But yeah, I'm here to help, you know. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Frankie Fresh is asking, I was wondering when you use a second UV channel. This is gonna sound dumb or like a little bit obvious, but when you need a second UV channel, when the information in your first UV channel is not usable for what you need it to, right? And that might sound dumb, right? But let's say you have a unique, or like let's say in your first UV channel, you have your trim sheet, right? Or you have like your asset. Let's keep it to a trim sheet. You have your asset mapped on like little strips on a trim sheet. That means that there's going to be a lot of overlap. So if you then want to add dirt on top of it, you can't really do that because then the dirt is going to have the similar spots in the UV, right? So that's why you need a second UV map. When you want to have separate information from your first UV channel, it's basically, because basically all it is it's telling you where like texture information is going to be from like a 2D space, which is your UVs, to 3D, right? So if you want dirt to happen in certain spaces, then you need like a unique unwrap compared to your trim sheet unwrap, which is going to be your first UV. Josh is saying, I feel like having something on a platform like Fab, lots of good reviews on it, and it's presented in a way that shows off your abilities would only help. Well, so it can definitely help with the reviews and all that kind of stuff, right? Here's the thing though, Fab is a consumer market, right? Whereas your portfolio has a different point of view. So you can't build content that is both going to be like really applicable for your portfolio and then also for Fab, right? Because you're both trying to serve different audiences. Extra UV channels can also be used as extra 2 masks, similar to vertex colors. Yeah. Extra 2 masks. Two? I'm trying to think about this. Similar to vertex colors. You and the V channel. Oh. Yeah. I've never done that before, though. I have never done that before. I mean, technically, there's like really technical stuff where like you can have like a lot more colors than just like the 4 channels in your RGBA, right? If you then decide to like be very specific with how you use that colors. For example, if you only use your red channel and you decide that you're gonna store data from like it's gonna get very technical. But let's say you decide to store data from like your 0 to 25%, and then from 25% to 50%, and from 50% to 75, and from 75 to 100, you can use those individual brackets as like more masking, right? You lose precision. Oh yeah, it gets really finicky. You can. It's not the way that I would do it. It gets too finicky for my liking. But yeah. Classmate of mine use UV channels to store vertex displacement data to drive a deformation shader on a character. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff that you can do. And like, look, let's be honest. You're talking to a dumb artist over here, right? Like, I don't know all this fancy technical stuff. I just want to make cool pictures. So they went from big and bulky to small and skinny. Yeah, that's cool. Because this is the thing, this is the beauty about game dev, right? Like there's so much to discover and so much to explore, and people are using it in such their own unique ways that there's so much to do. It's cool. I just do stuff. Tim, probably. Yes. I mean, I've said this before, right? Like, especially as a student, I was like a 3D Neanderthal. I was just like running my head into the wall over and over until like the wall started to give, right? That's what I said. Like, I'm pretty dumb. I'm pretty oblivious to like the majority of things. Sure, I've gotten better with technical stuff over time, but I like keeping stuff like relatively simple, you know? And like, I don't know, I only go into like the more technical stuff when I need to. I still think back to your student day story. Yeah. And I think there's a real benefit to it, right? There's a real benefit to not getting distracted by like, oh my God, I could be doing this, I could be doing that. Because I saw so many people thinking about doing stuff when I was just doing stuff. And that was really beneficial for me. You don't even make your own game engine, Tim? Yeah, I know. I suck. Oh my God. Everyone, yeah, so all the conversation that we had about like portfolios on ArtStation, where everyone's thinking about like, oh, should I build my own website? No, you should have a game engine that then can also host your own website, you know? And like you run your website through that game engine. How about that? How about that one? You imagine. Oh my God. Right, let me take a big gulp and then we're gonna go into your portfolio, Malta. That is worth the effort for sure. It is so silly. The amount of stuff that I've done that took like an extraordinary amount of effort that will never see the light of day is crazy. Anyway, let's go into your portfolio, Malta. Let's have a look at your about page first. So we are gonna scoot you on over. I'm gonna hide the chat again for just a second. So we got Malta, you're in Malmö in Sweden as a technical and environment artist. Okay. This might be one of the only cases where I can see a combination of something like this working, right? Because some people put like character and environment artist. It's like, no, those are like two opposite things. Like I can see some of this working, right? I would probably, in your case, because you build a lot of tools, right? It might still be worth thinking about like where you want to specialize just from like a time perspective, right? So that you don't spend like, I don't know. I mean, these are like team challenges, right? So if we ignore those, then it's just like the sword and the piano, or whatever this thing is. I don't know instruments. So yeah, that would still be worth considering where you want to put your time, right? Because again, it's one of those things where even from the outset, if you call yourself two things, then me as a person in hiring is then going to be like, okay, but what do you want to do though? Because if I'm going to hire you as like a technical artist, but then you really want to do environment art, then I put you in a position that is not going to work out for the company long term, right? So you need to be thinking in those terms a little bit. You're moving towards environment art right now? Yeah. I'm curious. Can I ask the question, like, what drove that move? And let's have a look. So we got your LinkedIn here. We got your website. This is an ArtStation website, I believe, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Game project. That is cool. Okay, let me... this is fun. See, there's like a bunch of game projects on here. Which is interesting. Why is that not on your portfolio? Did I miss that? Because those game projects would actually be a thing that is worth adding on your portfolio, to be honest. Let's see. Our group is called Ink Inc. 70 developers. My technical artist partner throughout the game project was blah, blah, blah. Game was very VFX heavy. Visual design, Embergen stuff. Okay. Made a cable tool. Use a spline to simulate. Because this can... I usually send the website for applications. Got it. Okay. That might actually be a thing that I need to add on my submission form then. Okay. So this is what people are going to see then. That's cool. I think it's still worth just adding it on your ArtStation, because this is probably where most of the people are going to land, right? And then they probably are going to go to your website. So I would still add them here. It's like a little game project thing. Because even if I land here, right, as like a random person, like a random recruiter looking for like people in Malmö, let's say, that could be like the thing that convinces me to reach out to you or not, right? So it would still be worth adding here. Cool. Let's have a look. Portfolio launch. Let's go. Cool. So all the relevant stuff is here. That's good. You got like my portfolio up here tagged as well. That links to your your full website, which is cool. Nice. Okay, let's go to your about page. I am going to be careful here again. Let me switch it on over. Open it. Let me obscure some of the data. It is interesting. This is a general comment. I would not put my telephone number on my CV because it's such a public place. Oh, add the text in images instead then? Oh, sorry. What was that in reference to? My brain is getting a lag spike. Add the text in images instead then. And also for switching to environment art. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, so for the game projects, you're talking about like, because most of the content is going to be text, right? No, I would condense that text and then say, I would condense that text and then add that in your description, right, of that project. And then what you did on that project, I would add like in visuals, like in images or in videos or something like that. Let me bring up the chat again. And then you were saying, I'm finding it way more fun overall, even though I still enjoy both. This is in reference to becoming more focused in either technical art or environment art. So yeah, okay, that's good. That is good. Not provided a summary, I would still do that, right? Like even if it is just taking this little snippet here and adding that as like a description. I would. Oh, what I was saying before is I would potentially remove your telephone number and only give it to people that are like in like an advanced stage, right? Like I would give it to them. If I don't know, like a local game company says like, hey, can we call you? Then give it out to them specifically, right? But other than that, I find it like really weird to have like my telephone number specifically there. Because I don't think a lot of people are just gonna call. Most of the game dev industry is just literally gonna send an email anyway. Since I was young, I've always had an interest in experiencing creating worlds and environments. Therefore, I started studying 3D art. After earning my diploma, I continued my studies so learned technical art to further improve my skill set. Seeing the game go from early concept to a final product and taking on the challenges along the way is a very rewarding and enjoyable skill. I especially enjoy being a part of a vast and detailed creating vast and detailed environments and worlds in various different ways. Okay, cool. Yeah, this definitely reads more as like environment art than it is like technical stuff, right? You've continued doing your studies, which is good, but it feels like your heart is still in environments, which is good. Technical art student, bachelor degree. You've done like an internship startup. School. The rest of it, I know that you probably did like all of this to like flesh out like how it looks. I would call skills. I would reword that instead of just saying like Unreal Engine. What do you actually do inside of Unreal Engine, right? Like what are some of the skills that you know you can work with, right? Because these are more software rather than skills. Whereas a skill is like building modular environments efficiently in Unreal Engine or something like that, right? Compared to just saying like Unreal Engine. So that would be currently it would be more like software instead. I would rather have skills than software on your portfolio. Ideally doing both, right? But like software can literally be just like, oh, this is like 2 sentences with all the stuff that I know. Whereas skills is more like, hey, this is what I can actually bring to the table. That's something to think about. Cool. Refresh, and there should be a whole sentence as a summary. Doing it live. Yeah, I would say make it more interesting, right? So because you're saying an environment and technical artist that loves creating environments both big and small, try to sell it more to me, right? This is an opportunity to add something about yourself that is a little bit more interesting, because this feels probably a bit too similar to what I would write on my portfolio when I was a student, or might even still have on there. I can't remember. But yeah, it's an opportunity for you to share, like in a very short context, like what sets you apart from other people, right? I'll do something similar to the resume instead, maybe. Yeah, I mean, in your case, what sets you apart is that you have like a really thorough knowledge of like technical stuff, right? So that's something that you could definitely like lean into, where you say, because you said just now that you want to go towards environment art, right? So we're gonna cut out the technical part, but we're gonna say, I don't know, something about where we combine an environment artist. It's something with like an environment artist that loves creating immersive worlds with a specific focus on technical restrictions or something like that, right? That still sounds like super dry, but it's almost like we're shifting the balance from I'm an environment artist and technical artist to like, no, I'm an environment artist first, but I also have all this technical stuff, right? That's the sort of shifting we're doing. That sentence is still like a bit generic, like the example that I brought up, but yeah, you can do something better there for sure. Cool. So let's have a look at some of the examples here. First impressions are pretty cool, right? I would still say, obviously, like I have to kind of like ignore the team challenge stuff, even though we might look into it because I don't know what you did here. But it's still very much like technical focused, right? Especially when I look at your most recent stuff, it's mostly technical stuff because this is from 2 years ago. This is from 2 years ago as well. Not that it doesn't count, right? But anything recent has all been technical. So this is an example of where what you want to do needs to be shown off on your portfolio more, right? Sure, I know that you're working on it, right? But currently, if I were to land on your portfolio, I would hire you for your technical skills, not for your environment art skills. Just from this very broad and quick look, right? So that is definitely something to be aware of. Right, let's actually have a look. I'm curious what's going to happen here. Because obviously this is one of our team challenges. I'm happy that you participated. It's cool to see. Curious to see what you did. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember this thing. Fishing net made for the environment. Simulated in Houdini to land on the effigy. This would be interesting if you do like a bit more work on it. Right now, first of all, the aspect ratio of this feels like a little bit awkward. I can see this working if this is like on the side to the left on like a horizontal screen, right? And then maybe do the breakdown of the prop like right next to it, right? Because we don't really have any breakdowns here at this point. Maybe if that is a thing that sets you apart, like showcase how you've done the simulation of the netting, right? So that we can see, oh, okay, this is not like your stereotypical like environment artist that we're talking about. This is a person who can also do all the technical stuff. Again, leading into what you say about yourself, right? Like I'm an environment artist that also has like a bunch of technical stuff. Same thing here. I'm just showcase like a little bit of the breakdowns for me. That would be really nice. And then maybe, I don't know if this was like a consideration, but maybe with this one, you can be like, hey, I decided to go fully modeled internals because I actually did some testing and this is the outcome of that testing, right? I don't know if that happened, but could be like a nice way to showcase like, hey, these are some of the restrictions that we had, and this is why I made this choice. Right. And then if we're talking about team challenges anyway, let's go to this one. I did already have a look at this one before. Because you made that cool floating hammer. Oh, and the pedestal as well. Didn't scroll this far down. Which is cool. Now, we get to this guy. It looks great. The first thing that I'll say, wireframe. This can be, like in an hour, you can optimize like this way better than it currently looks because there's a lot of waste in the wireframe, right? So that can definitely be optimized at this point without having to do like any retexturing or anything like that, right? Because I know it's a challenge, right? It's 5 weeks. It's fucking mental. You're probably like, I don't know, exhausted looking at this again. But if you're going to show something off as like a wireframe, take a little bit of extra time and try to really make it nice presentation-wise, right? Like really take that extra effort. Apart from this though, I like this presentation. Flipping through it, I can clearly see like occlusion, Base color, roughness, normal. It's all looking nice. You got the tri-count there. The only thing that I kind of want to see is maybe there is like a little section where you also showcase like the UVs in this really beautiful cube that I just drawn. Oh my god. Right, so you can kind of do the same thing, but also showcase like the textures in the UVs as well. I think that would be like a thing that really elevates it. Can do if I find the file. Oh yeah, that's another issue. Does the cube need to be skewed? The cube needs to be skewed. Yes. It needs to be like offset by at least 15 degrees, you know? If you want to present your textures in the most efficient way. Because what we really want to do, like, okay, we're talking about like how you can make your presentation more interesting to people, right? That's what we're talking about. This boring cube. Boring old cube. Everyone's doing this. What we need to do is we need to showcase your textures off with speed, right? So we're gonna angle it. And this is how I want to present. You need to present your textures like this. Because there's an element of speed. There's an element of dynamism. Like this is going to be really attractive to like, you know, hiring managers. You know? Speed. Please don't do this. Maybe an animation of being a No, do not. Don't you dare steal my live stream. Interesting. Okay. Let's have a look at some of the other technical stuff here. My third project, I wanted to try my hand at creating environmental effects and decided to create a lightning strike. It's cool. I read through this and I noticed that you said if I had more time, which is an interesting thing to say. Because I know what you're trying to do, right? It's like saying like, hey, if I had more time, I would polish it in this way. And that can have like two effects, right? Like one of it can be, okay, this person knows what they're talking about, and they actually have some good ideas going forward, which is awesome. But it can also be like, I mean, just do it. You know, you can make some time and like make those additional things and make it look better, right? Because if your portfolio needs to be a showcase of your best work, that is going to be the expectation of all the work that's going to be in your portfolio, right? And if you then don't take the extra time to polish those things up, that's always going to be in the back of my mind. This is cool. You took a pre-made scene. I think the lighting also kind of works to its effect, right? Because it kind of is just showing your stuff. It's not really focusing on the environment, which is cool. I have like all the technical stuff here. We've sort of worked on this one together a little bit, right? I mean, worked on this together. I gave you some feedback on some of the stuff here. This is cool. I'm kind of skipping through like more of these like technical things, right? I created showing tension. Yeah. So this could be interesting, right? Like I can see what you're doing and you're breaking apart like the individual things. But what I'm still curious at is I want to see the whole thing, right? Like it's almost the way that I would think about it is I want to see the whole video showcasing, hey, this is where we start. This is we're adding big noise, small noise, important to engine. This is gonna be how it looks, right? That's what I would do. and then go really deep into the individual aspects, right? So that we get like a really nice overview of it first, and then go into the individual bits. Sound Production is asking, hey, can I submit a portfolio now? Or did I have to do it prior to the session? No, so the portfolio reviews that we're doing are from people from the community. So if you want to share your portfolio, you have to become a community member first in the link down in the description. Because we do have a back catalog of people that we need to go through. But thanks for the question, Sam. Like an image showing step by step? Potentially, yeah. Or like a really cut down, like, short snippet video or something like that, where we can really see like all the individual aspects, right? You're saying these were made for a portfolio course and they wanted us to write that stuff down, if I remember correctly? Yeah, but there's okay, controversial opinion. But there's a thing that you need to do for school, and then as soon as you are out of school, you can just be like, I'm not gonna do it my way, right? Because for sure, I mean, there's some restrictions that you have to do for school purposes, right? But as soon as you're out of school, those are out of the window, you know? It's the real world now. Eat it, exactly. So we kind of skip through that a little bit. Because, yeah, I'm trying to think. These are, of course, always going to be technical, right? So they're going to be a little bit dry by design, right? Not by design, but like as an explanation thing. This is cool. You're showcasing it. And a point variation. Oh, Sam, I think I am. Thank you. We'll check out the community guidelines. Oh, if you wanna submit your portfolio, just go to your account on Beyond Extent, and then there's actually like a new tab. I'll show it really quickly. If you scroll down, there's like a little portfolio review section hidden behind my chat box now, but it's in your perks. So if you are a member, you can just like go here, portfolio reviews, and then submit your portfolio there. Right. Let's have a look at these pieces. Normals, base color, roughness. Yeah. Again, it's showcasing the textures, right? And the UVs as well for the whole thing. Because this is cool to get like an up close shot, but it's still nice to have like the whole sword in view, and then you switch through the individual elements, right? Yeah, the scene is a bit dark. I think we can really elevate the presentation by potentially setting it into the daytime, right? Or maybe making it like a bit brighter to really sell it. And then for this one, this is kind of getting to like the older stages, right? This is like 2 years ago. I'm just getting into like the old work category. Also just in comparison with like the rest of the portfolio, right? This is sort of the outlier, and I think we're getting close to the time where it's actually time to just retire it, right? So McVal is thinking about redoing the current, after your current project, you're gonna go back and redoing some of these, or just removing them. Yeah, I think that would be good. Because this one honestly, so if we were to make a choice, this one is good, but I'm just spend a little bit more time on the lighting, right? That's an easy fix. That's like, I don't know, a day's work or something like that. Maybe take like a couple of days and like really showcase the presentation and the breakdown in a better way as well. This is an easy fix. I think with this one, it's more, you will have to do like a retexture, and that's going to take more time. So I wonder at this point, it might not be worth your time anymore compared to something like this, right? That's an easy fix. These ones, they can stay. I think they're good visually. But I would definitely spend a bit of time to clean up the individual things that you've done. Don't look at the wireframe on the last one, as it like literally popped up on my screen on the right. Yeah, it's it might be time for some retirement work. It's honestly, I mean, yeah, you have bevels on like literally. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't look too bad, and then you look at like some of the other frames, and it's like, oh, there's like bevels on everything. Oh no. And there's a reason why the poly count is not on here anywhere. Did you actually have it in here somewhere? I think you do. Does Marmoset even show a poly count? I'm not even sure. Oh, there we. Oh. 200k triangles. Yeah. Okay. That's juicy. That's juicy. Yeah. So this is one of the examples where it's probably not even. I mean, you could salvage it, right? But it's like, at what point is it better to just like start from scratch and make something new, right? Because you're gonna have to optimize the low poly. You're gonna have to rebake it. You're gonna have to retexture it. You're gonna have to relight it. So it's like, okay, if we're doing all that work anyway, we might as well make something new. Depending on what you want to do, right? If you're in love with this project and want to redo it, that's also fine. But yeah, game ready. Yeah. Yeah, it's nanite, bro. Come on. It's nanite. I can just click a button, no? Isn't that what nanite is for? Come on. Right. Okay. This is an interesting one, right? Because if we do some final thoughts on this, the main comment is definitely sure, you wanna go more towards environment art, right? But that is not what I'm seeing, and that's all that matters, right? So if we fill in some stuff here, it's like currently it's a technical art portfolio that needs to transition away. That needs to transition into environment art, right? So that makes it there's a mismatch between what is currently happening and where you want to go in the future, right? For sure, you're resolving that, but if I were to look at your portfolio currently, that's that's a big mismatch at this point. I do like some of the technical presentations, right? Some of them can be made a little bit more interesting. So, for example, where we talked about this one, it might also be nice to then have like the finished product of this once you have done that in your scene. You know, you're still working on that, but yeah. Really just aiming for like the highest possible quality and the most interesting visuals for like everything you do, right? Because the screenshot here could be so much more impressive if you then showcase like the wooden props that you've made with it, right? For example, because this just leads me to like, okay, someone's making like a wood generator into Houdini, which is cool. But yeah, you're doing all this additional stuff with it, right? Like afterwards, and that's not shown off in the context of the thumbnail. Emissart is saying, time to nap after a good day of blocking out new scene. Oh shit, let's go, Emissart. Thank you for joining. We're going to be switching over to Blender ourselves in just a bit. But yeah, that's what I would say. Like, try to... I know this is difficult with technical presentations, but like try to make them visually like really interesting, right? I think this is going into a good direction. And like the before and after and how you showcase like different elements is good. But then maybe try to do that on like a finished building and using like an actual, I don't know, maybe if you use this screenshot and then you do like a building, you use this building and then generate it on top of that, right? What is happening here? That. Yeah, I get what you... This transition is weird though. Like, yeah. I wonder if there's something that you can do with like Simon Verstraeten does this really well, right? Like he's made a couple of those like building generators. Yeah, that building is like a flashback. Exactly. He's done a couple of building generators that are like pretty interesting to look at because you're in Unreal. Like it's very hands-on, you know? In Unreal, dragging a cube around, press generate, bloop, it just like creates like a building. And that's interesting, right? And then you have this kind of stuff, which is sort of, yeah, this is sort of what I was talking about, right? So this is good. Generate the building from block out. This is cool. Then adjusting the settings. Yeah. So why is this one here? Right? Because it's we do the same thing when it comes to environment art, right? We have a bunch of impressive visual stuff happening at the beginning, and then we transition into like the more boring stuff, right? But this is cool. I would honestly immediately go to the building itself. I don't care about this little intro. Don't care about it at all. I just want to see how the building works. Because here's the thing that I did, right? And you saw me do it live. I skipped this. Because this is just like, okay, a building generator made with Houdini. It's not interesting. It's not grabbing my attention, right? And you got to imagine, I don't even have TikTok. So I have like a longer attention span than most people, you know? Imagine if you use TikTok on this. Like I'm scrolling through like all these posts like a zoomer. Oh my God. Yeah, no, like there's some really cool stuff in here, right? Just cut out all the fluff and then immediately go into like the juicy parts. Right. But yeah. I was gonna say like the artistic thing, right? Like your description wasn't really filled out. You've done that now, but I'm not gonna count that, you know? That's a minor thing anyway, right? I think to me, it's definitely more like how do you position yourself as an environment artist in this current transition, right? So yeah. You will have to think about like how you do that, because right now you are trying to become an environment artist, but you are showcasing technical stuff, right? So it's like there's a mismatch there that's happening currently. So yeah. Presentation is okay. We talked about like what can be improved there. The art itself, this is also really interesting to judge in your case, right? Because you want to transition from like the technical stuff that you do to more art stuff. And you have, the only thing that I can really judge it by would be these things, right? Like the ropes, the glass bits, and this effigy thing. It doesn't look bad, but I need more, right? Like this doesn't impress me at this point. Of course, this is a team challenge. I know that there's like restrictions there, but this is the only thing that I can currently use that is relevant to more recent artistic stuff, right? So it's very limited. So I'm not that impressed with it at the moment. I know that you're working on cool stuff, but at the moment it's just I can only base it on the things that are here, right? And yeah, they need a decent, like a lot of work to make like really interesting. Because even this is okay, but again, showcasing like restrictions, right? Like I bet that you can make this way better if you had more time, but that's like that's the point of the challenge, right? And then these two things are like a bit old for me to, I don't know, have like an interesting, I don't know if they add a lot of value to your portfolio at this point still. That's the thing that I'm trying to get at, right? Especially not this one. This one I can see, this has the potential to become valuable for your portfolio, and it sort of is, but you can easily leverage this with like more light in your scene. Right, but the rest of it kind of is really difficult to judge from like an artistic perspective. So that's where it's probably going to cost you like a lot of points. Yeah. So that also means that if you're doing a transition now, that the next scene, you are putting all your eggs into that basket for like artistic points, right? And I know you're working hard on it, but it's a lot to put in, like a lot of weight on its shoulders to get there. Then we get to techniques. Let's see. So techniques is an interesting one with you, right? Because I know that you're showcasing like all these technical breakdowns, but if you want to then transition into environment art again, it is like, okay, what techniques are you showing off that are relevant to the art that you want to be doing, right? Because then I'm expecting to see more stuff like this, right? More in-depth breakdowns when it comes to game art, more optimized wireframes. I mean, we don't have to talk about this one, but like, yeah, more optimized wireframes, more interesting textures, more storytelling, more world building. Like, there's a lot of things missing. I'm kind of, not even world building and storytelling, right? Because that's more relevant to like the art category. But like in terms of breakdowns, like the textures, the poly count, the UVs, we're kind of missing a lot of that stuff there. So there's still a lot of work to be done, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want to sugarcoat it, right? Because that doesn't justify like the work that you're putting into it now. Again, this is only based on the work that you have on your portfolio. I know you're working on cool stuff. So yeah, keep that up. But yeah, your technique is definitely better than the art currently. So we're gonna give that a, well, your technical abilities, let's call it like that. Maybe technical abilities is something that I'll need to switch on. Because yeah, your technical abilities are good, right? But it's like, how relevant are they to the thing that you're going to be doing? That's the thing that I struggle with. The wood generator is cool, right? Like, that's awesome. The building generator, I can see that happening. This one is more VFX related. Again, it's not that that's bad, right? But it's, again, deviating from what you want to showcase, right? Let's give you a 5 for that. What are some of the things that stood out to me, though? Let's see. I mean, your great technical understanding, right? Like, your interest in doing different things, that's what I'm getting from your portfolio. So yeah, that's really what I'm getting. Like, you're interested and knowledgeable in a variety of different skills and softwares. But yeah, goes against like the first point, right? So McFall is saying, yeah, at least I got a good amount of time moving forward to work on the current and future projects. Yeah, man. Yeah. And again, like, it's timeline wise, it's not ideal, right? Because you've I don't know, are you still in school? What is happening there? I didn't really pay too much attention to that, honestly. Let me open that up again. So yeah, you are a technical arts student at the Game Assembly in Malmö in 2026. So I'm assuming that you're going to be looking for work pretty soon, right? And I think if you then want to switch on over to environment art, then just got done with it this month. Okay, cool. So that means that you're going to be putting in a lot of time, like trying to make the switch, right? And that's why I'm talking about timelines, because the timeline in your case doesn't really work in your favor, because ideally, as a student, you kind of build up that momentum through the years and you don't have to switch at the end, right? So kind of in your situation, it's not really helping you there. I don't want to discourage you, right? You've got a cool project coming up. You're doing a lot of cool stuff. But making that transition is gonna eat into the time that you normally would, be looking for a job or something like that, right? Yeah, dude. best of luck. Again, a really good showcase of like technical ability, right? That is definitely, it might not be 100% helpful to getting an environment art job now, right? If you want to become that, but it's going to be so helpful in the long term because you have like a way better understanding of like the technical restrictions. It eases your communication with like different departments. So there's like a lot of really beneficial skills, even though they're not going to help you immediately on the technical level. On the soft skills level, you're going to be benefiting from all that stuff, right? So yeah, awesome stuff. Smart is done. Thank you for sharing your portfolio, Mikvel. I appreciate it a lot. And then yeah, looking forward to seeing more of your work in the future. Right, let's switch it over to this thing. Let me open Blender. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. And if you ever want to have like, I don't know, any follow-up questions, feel free to DM me or like add me to chat now and we can talk about it. Quinton, hello, hello. And Fairmora, good to see you both here. Hope you're both doing well. Time to get this project done before it reaches a year 1 anniversary. Yeah, I know the pain on that one. I mean... Oh no, I opened the wrong scene, no! Oh, I actually need to make sure that we can... Oh, I guess I can just use this one. Right. While this scene is opening up, I am gonna switch on over with just in a bit. I need a little bit of a toilet break, so I'll be right back. Give me just a second, and we dive into some Blender together. See you in a bit. Right, you are back. Got a cookie, got some water, good to go. Not as crunchy as a cookie as last time. That was annoying. Okay. we are gonna get into Blender and we're gonna do some sculpting. Well, let's see. Let me switch over and then we can have a look at what we need to do here. Well, I'm gonna fill you in on what has been done first. Where is my little thingy? Well, I guess we'll just do this. There we go. This is going to be on my smaller screen, so everything is going to be a little bit cramped, but we'll survive. Where's my chat? No. Oh no, chat is small. Chat, what happened to you? Okay, let me see. Does this work? There we go. There we go. Cookie is like 25% buff, let's be honest. We are so small. Small chat. Right. It's been years since I've done anything in like Blender. Well, Blender sculpting especially. But I will show you one thing. Oh, first of all, I need to make a backup of this scene because this scene is a little bit full. I don't know if you can tell, but there's like 120 million triangles in this scene. I do not want to be sculpting in a scene like that. So we are just going to duplicate the scene off. And once that is done, I'll guide you through what I've done. From those numbers higher? I don't think I can go much higher. I mean, without destroying my PC, you know? So this stuff, I'll go. That's all my low poly stuff. That's not too much. Oh yeah, this is where the bulk of it is. I do not like that though. Why is it so dense? Where's that coming from? Oh, 5 million tries? It's these guys. They're so dense. Let's clean up a little bit before we get into 120 million. Game ready. Let's go. Again, just nanite, you know? Just nanite. I don't need to think about it. It's just gonna be nanite. That would be like a take that like so many gamers would disagree with. This is why we don't have like optimized games anymore. Arrgh. Game developer says what? Oh, let me give you a little overview. So I am currently planning out an entire kit of like all the wood stuff that I need, right? So I looked at my entire scene and I kind of looked at the most common components that I'm using, which is sort of like the stuff that we have here. And then I'm trying to make like more detailed versions of it. So these are like all my high poly versions that I'm then going to decimate, bake down onto low poly versions to then rebuild my kit in that way, right? So I'm trying to anticipate like what I'm going to need for my entire scene. So I have planks, I have longer planks, I have small planks, I have like beams, I have long beams. We are gonna move things around and we're gonna see what we need, right? So this is gonna be like a flexible thing. But yeah, we are gonna work on this today. With the goal of it being that at least we have like a couple of like high poly objects that we can then bake down. What's the reason behind creating a wood kit like this instead of using a trim sheet? Details. And well, first of all is detail, right? Because I want to create like more interesting meshes. You can still create like really interesting meshes with trim sheets for sure, right? But the other restriction that I'm running into is I do not want to bake or generate any RGB masks inside of Substance Painter. So my workflow is Blender to Unreal, and all the texturing that normally gets done with an RGB mask, I'm doing that with Vertex Color. So that means that if I'm going to go a little bit higher poly, I have more Vertex Color to store data into, so that I can then use that to get more accurate and interesting textures. One other thing with that restriction is I am using... I should open my Unreal actually. Let's do that in the meantime. So I am using... Because with a trim sheet, what you want to do is, for flexibility's sake, you have decals that you can add on top of your trim sheet, right? So let's say for destroyed pieces of wood, you would add like a destroyed piece of decal on the edges of wood so that you can give the feeling that it's destroyed wood. Think back to what I said just now about my workflow. I use baking in Unreal to store all that detail in Vertex Colors, which means that whenever I bake something that has a decal on it, the surface underneath it is going to be recognized as being like fully occluded, which is going to distort what I want from my textures. Right? Does that make sense? If it's not, like, it's totally fine. Feel free to ask me any follow-up questions. Harry's saying, I never thought about using 3D stuff in Blender to label stuff. Super neat. Oh yeah, this is the way that I tend to do stuff. I also use curves. So like a path curve, like a square curve, and then give it some thickness, and then I create like little borders around things too. So the way that I went about this, actually going back to your point, Fair, all the textures that you're seeing here, those are coming from my trim sheet. So I did a displacement projection of my trim sheet onto these like wooden beams so that I could have like a starter for already having like some textural detail on them. And then what I'm doing now, and I'll show this in a bit, is I then Boolean stuff out of it to kind of create like splintered edges. That's why this weird cube shape is here. That is my Boolean shape. So to create like some of these edges, literally all that I've done is I just use this shape and then just Boolean stuff out of it. Right, so if I want to destroy this plank, I can just be like, okay, I'm going to apply this remesh. I'm going to make the scene like a little bit lighter as we go along. And then I can just be like, okay, let's Boolean this thing out of it. Give it like a little bit of time. And now I have like a broken piece of wood. That looks quite decent. You know? And then we're going to sculpt on top of it and make it even look nicer than it does right now. But that's like a quick way of generating like any broken meshes. I love using this technique. And that's the same thing I did here, right? Same shape. We're going to clean the stuff up. Don't have to be worried about it. Same thing here. I just rotate the shape. I don't know, you can rotate scale and like all that kind of stuff. And all this is literally just like a normal cube that is subdivided, right? I subdivide that to like a decent poly count. And then I displace that. And in this case, I just use my height from my trim sheet. And that then gives me like this random looking shape that I can then use to cut stuff out. Some of my scene. McFell, my emissions are often called P cube 1, P cube 2, P cube 3. There's there's a very good reason why chat is obscuring my outliner, you know? It's a tactical decision. You can't see all the mess. Okay. Now, what I want to do, I'm gonna remesh some of these. Keramix is asking, I was sculpting an Ars European window lately. Is sculpting high poly, then UVing the decimated version a valid workflow for a portfolio? So it is a valid workflow for a portfolio, but if you want to showcase like the proper way of doing it, then it's still worth it to like optimize it and like retopologize it. I will say that this is becoming less and less of a thing in the industry, right? Because if you're not gonna be animating an object, you don't really care about like what the topology is, as long as you've got like a way of going back to the original topology, right? If you save it to like the actual topology, then it becomes annoying. But yeah, it is a valid workflow, but I think it's still better to showcase that you can also do like the proper, like optimized, like really clean version of it too. And then that gives you like a couple of extra points. I mean, we were looking at like a post from Diablo 4 before, right? And they use the exact same thing. They just scope like a bunch of stuff, decimate it down to like an acceptable poly count, like unwrap that, and then that's what they do. That's what they do in their game. We're just gonna go down to like a reasonable voxel size. I'm just doing some like boring cleanup here first to get started, and then we'll get into sculpting. Like that is fine. 2 million, 1 million, and then we're just gonna copy the modifiers. Oh, they were not combined yet, I think. Ah, they were not combined yet. Yeah. I do not use Blender on Steam now. How many hours do I have on Blender? I have no idea. I have been using it until like 2.8. And I've been using only Blender since then. So it's been a hot minute. Plus, I also use it for like professional purposes too. So I have probably like a shit ton of hours in it. So this is shrink wrapping to this. So this is like sticking to it. Which is also a cool little technique. I got 88 hours according to Steam. Yeah, I wonder how many hours I have. I have no idea. I wouldn't even know like where to begin, like calculating that even. For people that are jumping into the stream, feel free to ask any question, right? As I work with this. Because yeah, this is more like an educational stream. So feel free to ask me anything. You got 600 hours, Fair. Jesus. Isn't it weird? Okay, so I'm a professional environment artist. I kind of know how many hours I have in Guild Wars 1. But I have no clue how many hours in Blender. So I guess that means that I'm still a gamer first somewhere, you know? I think on one character in Guild Wars 1, I had like 3,500 hours or something like that. It's fucking ridiculous on one character. I mean, Guild Wars 1 was like the game that I played the most. Such a good game. You might have like 4,500, maybe? Okay, 8. How do you do the caps? So these are like individual bits that I cut out, right? So this is actually just, if I remove this, this is what it looks like, right? So it looks gross and ugly and all that kind of stuff. What I just do is I have selected the border. So I have selected the edge. I have stored that in a vertex group, which is here. That is called border. Oh, you can't see this. Dang it. Hold on. Right? Let me reveal my ugly naming conditions. So again, so I have this edge stored into like a vertex group that I call border. And then if I go to my modifier stack, you can see that it is... Oh, things getting in the way now, huh? Need to do something about this next time. So you can see that it's snapping to nearest vertice, which is then snapping to like this beam, right? So I sampled it there. And then I only want to snap like the vertex group border, right? So this is the one that I want to snap. Because if I enable this and I don't do this, this is what I get. Because it's trying to snap all the vertices of my entire object to everywhere, right? Which is not what I want. So I basically just turned that selection of my edge into the thing that I want to snap. So it's only going to snap those things. That's how I do that. Can this be done in Maya? I have no clue. I have not used Maya in like over 10 years, I think. Is that true? We're getting close to it. Let's say 80 years I've not used Maya, so... Right, so we're going to continue combining these guys. I am going to save one of these guys off. So, donk. I want you to not snap to that target. Copy the modifiers here. These are your high polys, right? And then you'll bake. Yeah, that's the idea. You should have like 20k. I don't think it's gonna be 20k. I don't think it's gonna be 20k hours in Blender. I think the most ridiculous amount of hours are probably gonna be spent in Unreal, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, oh my god. The amount of hours that I spend in Unreal. Ridiculous. Oh, what's happening here? I do not want to have that happen. Is this one snapping? It's not. Dang it. This one isn't either. Ah, fuck, I forgot to... Dang it. I needed to apply the modifier first before doing that. Oh well. I'm guessing you need a lot of planning. Both objects do have an equal amount of verts. No. Like, my objects don't even have like an equal amount of verts. I just don't care about it because I'm doing a remesh after it. Because this is my high poly, right? I don't care about like the cleanliness of that asset. Right, okay, let's redo this. And you should have a time counter instead of showing how many Fortnite skins you have on Fortnite. Like, oh, yeah. Oh my god. Like developer mode, you know? I honestly... Would I want that? Like, that would show me, like... God, that would be such a disgusting amount of time, honestly. Okay, so now we're going to apply this. What is that? Control A. Cool. Control A. Do all this stuff. And now we can combine all of these. And then now we're just going to be lazy, copy the modifiers from here. Let's see. That would be dangerous to show. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god. I read that the director of God of War said that they do the same thing of their games. Sculpt, decimated, cleanup, and done. No manual retopology. Well, no, like it doesn't there's nothing to be gained, right? And I'll tell you one other thing. Like what happens a lot, right? So let's say you outsource an asset to an outsourcing company, right? They do their best and they make like a really clean asset out of it with like the correct topology and all that kind of stuff. Let's say if that asset is like over budget, right, when it comes to topology, what we end up doing is we just decimate it down anyway, or we use something like Simply Gone, right, to like decimate it down or like clean it up for us. So it's like there's no use about being like really clean with like your output mesh as long as it doesn't have like any broken vertices or any weird stuff going on. You're fine. What's happening here? I think we might just have to fiddle around with this for a bit. So that works. That doesn't work. Okay, okay. Can I just do... What's the button for that again? Merge at a distance. Pick a really low one. They're gonna do everything we need to do? No. So how do we fix that then? Because I'm guessing there must be an opening in there somewhere. Where's my distance in the Sculpting blend? Well, that's what I'm curious, right? Oh my god, I'm so curious how this will go. We're gonna be trying our stuff. Oh shit. Because basically the reason why I'm doing this is I'm lazy. The only thing that I actually want to re-sculpt is the stuff that needs to be sculpted, right? So for example, on these guys, I need to sculpt like some of these elements. What does that activity do? Can I do something like this? Nah, that doesn't help anything. Dang it. I tried making a rotten chunk for a plank, but it could be really tricky for me to get that detail with a trim brush and added wooden textures with anchor brushes. Yeah! Oh, did I just crash it? Why is it struggling with that? We're going up. I always do manual retopology as a junior because I want to understand optimizing and where I can make my meshes cleaner and lower polygons. Yeah, I think it's an okay practice to do, right? But if you look at industry trends, like we seem to be like really moving away from that by and large. Again, not that is bad, right? I think it has value to know how you can optimize things. But the actual practice of optimizing in games is more just like you press a button, you fiddle around with the threshold, and that's how we optimize stuff, right? It's kind of goes against like, yeah, against what we teach like students to do. Is it good to like try to optimize? For sure. Like, and especially if you want to retain like quad topology, right? This is where my point becomes really, really important. You never wanna well, in an ideal case, you never want to collapse it down so that the next person that needs to do something with that object needs to now deal with like triangular topology, because that sucks, right? So ideally what you do is, let's imagine this is like a low poly. We would not decimate it, or keep the decimation as a modifier instead, right? And then export like the decimated version. But then at least if you want to do some changes to the base model, then we can still go back before the decimation modifier. I think we might have... Oh! It was just looked like it was frozen, but it wasn't. What is causing issues here? Can I select... boundary loop? Okay, so there is stuff happening here still, which is not great. So we are, again, we're just going to be reaching this threshold. We're going to put that to this. Maybe we'll go like a little bit higher, because again, I'm going to resculpt that anyway. Ooh, I don't. Does that matter? There we go. Right. $128 hours in Substance Designer for the last few months. I'm curious now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at my Steam. Because I think I only track like Substance Designer, and only from like from after when I started using it intensely. So I have 550 hours in Substance Designer and 310 hours in Substance Painter, but I don't track anything else. Yeah, that's decent. And like the majority of my time has been spent on like professional productions. That doesn't get counted. Cool. So where are the main culprits? Like, what are the dense areas? So 2 million, 2 million, because I just duplicated it. I saw 2 million as well. Can we be really lazy? Save it first. Oh, it's not going to copy anything because it doesn't have anything to copy, huh? It's going to take a bit. Or is it going to crash? Da-da-da. You should have like 20k. Yeah, I wonder. But yeah, even if, like, in the meantime, while this is doing this thing, right? Like, if we bring up, like, the link that we were talking about before, right? This is really relevant to the workflow that I'm doing. Oh, sorry, I hit the chat again. No! There we go. The same thing, they're doing the same thing, right? So if you look at the breakdown here, they just have like handcrafted like individual items here, right? But if you look at the actual topology, where is it? I think in here somewhere, right? Yeah, if you look at the actual topology here, that's all like decimated stuff. And what they do in their workflow is this is all just like straight pieces, and then they just bend it into shape to then make like this unique building, right? So this is basically similar to what I'm going to be doing, right? Because yeah, and then you get something like this, right? With like all those like individual pieces just like sculpted and warped and bent in place. You get something that looks really detailed. Any good ways to achieve good contextual detail without sculpting a high res? I mean, you can do procedural texturing, right? Like basically the thing that I'm doing now already in my scene, right? Where you take you can do it through like a vertex color and then do procedural texturing, like Unreal Engine material stuff, right? On top of it. Or you can do RGB masking. And that can be a way to do it. And you can even then add like a detail normal somewhere in the mix as well. So if you want specific detail normals to be blended in certain areas of your mesh, you can do something like that, right? Can I share another wood kit on ArtStation to get your thoughts on it? Yeah, sure. Go for it. It's annoying that I can't like enable links for like anyone. I mean, I can see the issues with that as well, but... Right, okay, we just cut out like 20 million polys, which is good. Let's see, do we have like any big outliers now? 2 million. These two, 300k, 400k. It's all manageable. Indiana Jones. Same sort of principle here, right? They just have like the individual pieces and then they just warp and deform them into place. And that seems to be the way that a lot of companies are doing it now. Which makes sense, right? We went from the era of the trim sheet, which is kind of like modularity, but in like a very textural sense. And now, because you keep hearing people say this, right? But like geometry is getting cheaper and cheaper as we go along. So now the burden is not necessarily on, or like the innovation is not necessarily happening on the texturing side, but on the geometry side, right? Because that's where we have the most ability to push things. And that's why we're seeing these kits, right? Which is why we're doing the same exercise that I'm doing now, right? To kind of also stay a bit relevant with those things too. Yeah, that looks good. You think they removed the backside of it for the finished thing? Probably. Well, here's the thing though, right? You don't have to do that necessarily anymore. The reason why is for, well, we're gonna go into like deep technical territory, I guess. But like, if you think about the way that Nanite handles meshes, it cuts it up into smaller fragments, right? And only renders the stuff that's going to be visible on screen. Whereas before, the traditional way, you would have your beam, let's say, and that beam would be like an entity, and it would like only load to like lower levels of polygon density based on the distance of the camera, right? But it would still render the full thing. Whereas like now, we divide it all up into like individual surfaces, so it basically cuts out the underneath. So it kind of does the work for you. So I don't know, because technically there is still a process there's still a process happening somewhere where it will need to be aware of those assets or those like faces that are not visible at the moment. So it stores them still somewhere. So I wonder if it's worth, as a developer, to really go through the scene and just be like, hey, look, you can never see this. We're just going to cut the underside of it, right? To cut down on like, I don't know how many polygons something like this would be. I don't know if that is like a consideration that they do, or if that even is like a thing that you could test, right? Because I can see, I can almost see like an automated tool exist where there's a bunch of people running through the scene, and if it never recognizes that those faces are going to be streamed in at a certain point, then there might be an automated process that can be built to then just cut them out of the actual mesh, potentially. But I don't know if like the investment of making that tool is worth it in terms of like optimization gain. I don't know if that's the thing. And probably helps that it's a linear game. Yeah, for sure. And there's other things happening under the hood as well, right? The thing that I'm wondering about is instancing. Because let's say, for example, and this is a thing that I don't know about actually. It would be really interesting to look this up. What I'd be curious about is what is the value of building something like this in Unreal with instancing in mind where possible, or if you then turn it into like its own unique mesh that is then like its own unique thing based on those shared resources from before, right? He wrote that he kept it all lenient because he knew that the platform would be collapsed, so they needed them for destruction. Yeah, but here's the benefit of this workflow, right? The main benefit of this workflow is that this is built out of individual components, so you can break it up into individual components whenever you want, right? So I think the main interest, at least for me, is the main appeal for something like this is like I can build whatever I want out of this, and it's going to reuse like the same shared resources, right? Because let's say this happens in scene 1, right? You see this in scene 1, and then you come back at a later point, and then you see a destroyed version of this in scene 2. It is built of the same components that you use to build the same thing, right? So it's very efficient in terms of the workflow and ability for you to build stuff. And that's what I really like about this, because let's say it's a little bit unrealistic for the scale that it is, but let's say this were to be like uniquely textured and uniquely built, right? And if then your art director says like, hey, look, we're going to be looping back around and this is going to be destroyed, then I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, now I need to like go back into it and like rebake it and maybe like re-UV it because it's going to have different parts, and it's just like, oh, you know? Would that use hierarchical instance static meshes? I also don't know too much about that, honestly. I'm just talking about like basic instancing because I'm not too sure about like hierarchical instancing. I don't know what the difference there is even, because that's very much like an Unreal thing that I had to encounter, where it's not like a thing that I've encountered professionally. So that would be something to like dive into as well. Let me get my stream notes of stuff to look into. Because I do not know. I mean, instancing beyond foliage, yeah. I mean, that's the main reason why I was wondering how this works, right? Because do you then, for all the straight pieces, I mean, I'm sure that they didn't, right? Like technically, if all those straight pieces are just going to be using from the main kit, then there is an argument to be made that you just have the straight pieces instanced inside of Unreal, and you just add them in there, and then anything that is bent is like more unique. But you can do that with like the modeling tools in Unreal, for example. Right, let's see. Let's grab one of these. Let me actually figure out like how sculpting works, because it's been such a long time. Object has non-uniform scale. Let's figure that out first then. I was trying to clear noise on my texture and it ended up being dust on my monitor. Oh no. Hey yo, thank you for the sub. I make sure that I can read that because that was way too quick. I'm sure it will pop up in the chat in just a moment. Okay, so what are we doing here? Sculpt and draw. How do I even go into... Okay, here we go. So... Okay, so it works. Let's figure out that first. Oh my god. How do I move? It is so weird having to switch. So what am I doing here? Like mid... God. This opens the express menu? Leave me alone. That's what I mean. Dude. How do I even... No, wait. Now I'm switching between these. I don't want that, though. We'll get there. Navigation with a mouse is just like... so weird. Hey ho, Hendrik! Is Blender sculpting different from ZBrush? Yes. I mean, you have the same sort of like tools, right? But like every program kind of has like their way of like doing it. Let's see. So what do we want to do? Let's figure out like how we can freaking sculpt on this bad boy. Right, so that's working. Let me see. Dino topo. Attribute data detected. That's okay. That was like our border data that we had. Dynamic topology. Oh, I didn't remesh after. Got it. Maybe that's gonna help me a bit. Because now I think I just don't have enough geometry here. Yeah, okay. Do you use Vulkan backend in Blender? I don't think so. I do not think so. You're on Blender 5.01? I wonder what workflow sculpting most used in Blender. I'm typically like a multi-res fan. Yeah, we're finding it out right now. Hey Raj! Have you tried Nomad Sculpt? Nah. I am a fan of not having too many different programs. Then use it, it will improve a lot. Ah, okay, we'll have a look. Well, what will it improve, Henrik? Let's see. Okay, so this gives me like a little bit more data. I'm gonna have to clean up some stragglers, but that's fine. Dynamic topology data phase data. Oh, maybe let's apply that first. I did lose like a bunch of data on the main surface though. I don't really like. Let's seem to work pretty well. Tried it over on my tablet. Let's see. Now we're adding a bunch of stuff again, right? Polar Panda, thank you so much for subbing. Okay, this stuff looked blurry from before then. That's okay. Do. Oh. Let's have a look. Just having a look in the edit, in the preferences now. I'll find it. It's all good. I'm just going to continue doing this. I don't think I'm having too many issues at this point. Let's get into sculpting. Project mode, sculpt mode. Let's have a look. Nah, we're fine. Thank you for the suggestion, Henrik. Maybe I'll do that next stream. Are you gonna make this or is this the actual geo level? No, this is the high poly stuff. So we're making high polys at the moment. And then we are gonna bake this down to low polys. Then we're gonna be trying that. I keep pressing B for brush. Let's see. What do we need here? Nice strips. That's a big boy. And then I'm just gonna be trying out some stuff here, right? Because it's been ages since I tried it. I'm gonna pinch, crease. No plateau brush in this version. I don't think so. Let's see. Let's have a look. What's in here? Nudge, post, snake hook. We're probably gonna use snake hook quite a bit. Flatten. It's more just like me getting used to the controls again, right? So if we increase, let's see what that does. Right, okay, now we're seeing something. But this is not flattening, right? Like this is just increasing the contrast between different things. That's filling it up. Right, so it's scraping that I kind of want. I feel like Blender is missing some tools that ZBrush has, like the thing where you can slice off a layer like you would with a wire in real life. I think there's like a bunch of stuff in here that kind of does the same thing, right? So like box trimming. There's probably like a bunch of settings in here. Lasso trimming, polyline trim. That's probably the stuff that you're talking about. Wow. Okay. We're not going to make it too spiky, right? Because that means that we need to add like a lot of geo to like our normal map. What I might still... a lot of geo to our low poly. Sorry, not a normal map. Because I'm thinking maybe it would still be good to have some sort of alpha planes. Oh no, that's going to fuck up the bake again, right? So this kind of needs to look good by itself. Okay, so how do I then go in here and say play strips, play thumb, layer? Okay, that's more like what I want. And then if we go in and flatten it again. No, not flatten. I keep getting confused. It's scrape, right? Scrape is sort of where I get like these hard edges. I do like. Yeah. It's getting back in the groove. I can't even remember the last time that I actually did some sculpting. Like years ago, probably. So we're starting to learn to ride a bicycle again. That's how I feel. Okay, rotating. I'm so confused. Oh, that's middle mouse button. I hate that. And then filling this thing up. Harsh Mohite just came to the stream. Why he's using the old version? Because that's the version that I'm using. Does using F change the brush size work in this version? I think so. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Oh, I need to click it. Okay. Because I in general don't like to update like versions when I don't need to. But if you can convince me, I am all ears, right? If there's anything that I really am missing, feel free to let me know. Let's see. So what can we do with pinching? Okay, change to Vulkan, please. If you let me know where it is, then I can do that. But like, I don't think there's anything. I'm not having any performance issues though. Let me see what we can do here when it comes to. Ah. We will not preserve you. We don't care about UVs. New trim brush? Saying like. Okay. Is it the Friday stream like the good old days? Hell yeah! I'm not saying it's worth it, but you know, yeah. But this is like the thing, right? Like, I mean, I'm all for like staying up to date. If it's worth staying, the features why it's up to date, right? Human Plateau is pretty nice. Also, the UI is improved personally. Yeah, I did see on Dynasty stream that it looked way nicer. I need to check that out at some point to see if it's worth it. Ugh, that's horrendous. What can I? What does this one do? Oh, set tool by name. That's great. Right. Okay. Getting more the hang of it. Yeah, on those edges, like it seems to be breaking up a little bit. Only in 4.5 and newer? Well, rip. So running the old version. Oh yeah. I'm just wondering what is better about like sculpting specifically, right? If we're gonna be sculpting and everyone's saying like, oh my god, you need to upgrade. What am I upgrading for? You know? I'm missing out on something awesome. I want to know. I think for this one, let's give Nico a try. Okay, so let's see. So F is increasing it, and then... Ooh, okay. Shift F, increasing the hardness of it. It's cool. Is that the hardness? No, that's the strength. Yeah, so that's the strength. Okay. And then what is... That's the radius, that's the strength. And like, where do I do the fall off then? Fall off in here. Make some soup. Right, but like this sort of stuff, I mean, it's going to be so small on the low poly. We're probably not going to even care about that stuff. A couple of them here and there could be good. Are you using a square alpha? Or do you like rounded? No, I think in certain cases it would make sense to do like a square alpha, right? I guess we could just do like a constant fall off in that case. Or is that going to be different? Is there any way I can update my BE subscription? I got a message about it. Yeah, if you just log into your account on our website, you can do so. Yeah. Okay. So we'll need to upgrade to like a newer version then. I'll see what last what's it called again? Like LTS, long term support version is available for Blender. See if we can upgrade to like a newer one. Interesting. Okay, let's try some of the other brushes here. So if I then say silver fast difference. Can I like not do that? Interesting. Is that not working as I'm expecting? Interesting. So like, what do I need to do here? Because I can sculpt, but it doesn't cut it out. Use the cursor for depth. Project maybe? No. Oh. Oh. Thought it was doing something. No. Do I have a mask or something like that? Clear my mask. Fill mask? Execute a Boolean operation on a mesh in a rectangle defined by the cursor. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting, but don't think they work in Dino Topo. That would be nice to know. Item view. No, it's in tool, right? Did it just hide it? Interesting. So I have to go back to clay. Go out of Dino Topo. Go back to box trim. It seems to be doing something. There we go. Interesting. Okay. That's weird that it just doesn't show you, right? And like the mask has probably no effect on it whatsoever. So we're gonna cut this off. We're just gonna really cut out like some of the sharper stuff. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Yeah, maybe like a... Well, I am running like a couple of versions behind, right? Maybe that got fixed. Yeah, at least something saying like, hey, or like graying it out at least. Professional question. I'm wondering, is the default Blender color scheme, or were you inspired by doing your book, or just your favorite palette customize UI? Yeah. This is... I tend to just like color everything with those colors because it's like the beyond extent like color palette. I just love it. I never sculpted in Blender, so I can't really say anything about it. I mean, you can imagine that this is my first time as well, because I've only done it like a couple of times, and they're too far gone for me to remember anything meaningful about it, to be honest. I think that one is okay. I just don't want any of like these weird little fraying sharp edges. Oh, that's great. I like that. Use cursor for depth. Okay. Okay. What if I set it to exact? New feature. New feature, error messages. Let's go. Oh, I think... What am I doing? Branding things? Oh, yeah. High tech. Exactly. But yeah, Elf. Elf02, it's good to see ya. Yeah, the Friday streams are back. Every Friday we do portfolio reviews, and then we go into... I call it office hour, you know? I pretend to be at the office, like working a little bit while talking to all of you. I was trying to get it and got the message not supported. I mean, that's better than no message, right? What? Was that the thing that you had to think so long about? Okay. And then we see Tim play Arc Raiders. I honestly still want to do that. I might do that once some contract work finishes. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to try it next month. Maybe we can do some like, you know, get together with the community, play some games. It'll be fun. It just took 5 minutes to find a brush. The struggles. Those struggles. So in 2 days. Might take a little bit longer than that. Community games would be fun. Yeah, I think the issue, or like the thing is, we would need to find something that everyone can play, or like we can play with like more people, right? Because we actually did play some like community games like Jackbox and all that kind of stuff before. It's just been a while. Okay, so that didn't really work as intended. Let's clean up some of these guys. I do want to make some traction today. Oh, and now we need to probably go back into Dino Topo. Put that on again. Pummel Party? I've not heard about that one. Dark Souls PvP. No, no thanks. I'm good. You know? I like being happy. What are those separate sections? That's probably like face sets. Can I like remove them? Try some CS lobbies, very kind people. This is the thing, like in recent years, like I've become very much accustomed to playing single player games, you know? And I think Arc Raiders might be like one of the first where I'm like, okay, we can potentially give that one a go, you know? Yeah, well, yeah. Escape from Tarkov, oh my god. Yeah, I know some people that like very much love to play Escape from Tarkov, and it would be very happy for me to give it a try as well. But I'm good, you know. I'm good. What's happening there? All this blobby kind of stuff. What if we can just like pinch it all a little bit? Yeah, it's good to be getting back into some sculpting. It's been too long. The layer brush is really the one that's struggling a little bit from the looks of it. Hardcore Minecraft, that's single player. I wouldn't be opposed to that, honestly. I would also, I don't know, I would love to check like Hightail out as well, but I've heard that it's like it's good, but there's like a lot of stuff that's still like missing, you know? So you know what though? I have been watching a lot of Just Drive Haze videos, like playing old school MMOs. God, I want to play some old MMOs again. I miss those. Get me back into my comfort zone, you know? Right, so I want this to be like a little bit of a plateau. Can I like build this up? Can I do like an inverted thing? Ooh, that is not having the desired effect. Okay. I guess that's why you use like the fill one. It's even doing anything? Oh, okay. Okay. I do like what that is doing. So if we then say, can we do something with like a constant fall off? Ooh, okay. I do like what that is doing. Yeah, it does seem like it's still round, right? So what if we then use, I guess, its texture? I don't want to use any of those though. Normal radius. Okay. I do like what that is doing. Seemed okay for Hytale. Not a lot of content, but still good. It feels like Valheim amount when I got in early access. Okay. Anno is a great game. Yeah, I have an Anno 1800 t-shirt from the dev team when I was working there. I mean, I wasn't on a dev team. No, does it actually say dev? I don't think so. Do we even have it on? Do not. I think I was wearing it yesterday. Anno 1800 is such a beautiful game. Just, oh, so good. It's yeah, it's a shame that they can't stop but like punch themselves in the face when they have a winner, you know, with the new Anno 1800 and the stuff that's going on with that one. Oh god, but yeah. Anno 1800 was beautiful. Oh my god. In terms of like the progression, the mechanics, the way the sound and the looks, like, oh, so good. These edges are horrendous. Hmm. And then what if we then... Hmm. Still trying out like a couple of different brushes here. Like seeing what works in which situation. Because if I... I do like the fill one though. Fill one creating these like really nice edges. I do like that. And it's stuff like this where I'm like, oh yeah, let's use a flatten, but a flatten just like gobbles it up entirely, which is so annoying. I missed 4 hours of the stream. Hello, Eden. Sculpting in Blender, let's go! Yeah, we're just taking like a chill sculpting session. I'm honestly just exploring the different tools and what we can do with it, right? Because it's been years since I sculpted anything myself. I think at least anything from the scale, at least. Or not from the scale, from like the complexity. We're getting back into it. We're putting our training wheels on. And so there's like a little bit of a bump here. Sorry, I think I missed some questions in the chat as well. So let me get back to those. Lord's a good looking game. Yeah, I did enjoy Lords. I played it a bunch. Rustam is asking a good question. So I bumped into one of the last portfolio review streams recently, and you were a bit exhausted about it. How do you feel? I feel way better about it now because it's a little bit more gamified, right? It's more fun for me to do them because we have like the whole point system and all that kind of stuff. So I feel way better about it than before. I'm assuming that a lot of it is still going to be roughly the same stuff, right? Or roughly the same advice, but that's okay. You know, what I probably will do at a certain point is once I get back into it is make a video about it or something where I talk about like portfolio reviews and my top 10 tips for portfolio reviews or something like that, right? So that you can just get like all the tips that I share in like a more condensed format. And then for people that are still looking to get into more in-depth portfolio reviews, we can then talk about it some more. That's a good question. Let me try another thing. So can I hide that? Cool. Love that. That was easy. And do this. And then we can sculpt on the underside. Nice. That was smooth. At least for me, it's been very valuable. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah. It's a weird one, right? Because like sometimes it's like I know that it's valuable for like the individual, but then there's also like how valuable is it in terms of like an entertainment thing as well, right? Because sometimes it is individual, like it's really valuable for the individual, but it might be super boring for some person to watch it, right? That's why I try to do a little bit more prep now when it comes to Whip Wednesday and portfolio reviews, because I'm trying to give it like a thematic, at least. Whereas before, like I wasn't really doing that. I still need to figure out how I'm going to do that better with portfolio reviews, but we'll see. We will see. Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to go to the toilet again. Dang it. All right, we're back. Hey everyone, good to see ya. There was a new one that came up, Pax Romana. Yeah, I've heard some interesting things about it. As in like it's not as good as like the last one, right? I mean, God, trying to like I don't know, make it better than like 1800. Good luck with that. But then you had like the obvious controversy that happened with it, where they were using like AI to generate like their loading screens and all that. And it's just like, come on, guys! Like you had such a beautiful thing going on, like it's like, and I don't know the extent of it, right? I don't know how much they used, or like I didn't look into it, but it's just like, yeah, you need a win, you know? You don't need that bad publicity on like a really good game. It's such a shame sometimes. Let's try something else. So what if, so we use this here, which is good. Stroke method is anchored. Is it doing what I want? Oh, it is just using... Oh, let's see. I can't find it. Got it, got it, got it. Ubisoft style self-sabotage. Yeah, it's unfortunate because I really want them to win. But it's just like, God. Yeah, I heard a lot of interesting stuff about City Skylines as well. I couldn't really get into it, right? Or I never really had the time to get into it. But that's one of those ones where it kind of looks like something that I would want to give a try. What are we doing here? So I'm currently looking for like some brushes or something, right? Or like an atlas. Alpha rather than an atlas. Wood, because I got like a whole bunch of like wooden ones. Can I? We're just gonna use this one. Does that work? Doesn't seem to be very willing. So what is, because we have it as a texture, we have it set to like strength 1. Oh, I guess we can save like different things in here. That's cool. I've definitely done this before. Rake. Grab. Strength is at 1. The stroke. Set to anchored. Is that what I want? Keeps the brush anchored to his... Yeah, that's what I want. Then... more radius, hardness, auto smooth. It's like, I'm expecting to drag it, but... why is that? Is that again? No, Dino Topo is off this time. Oh, God. Yeah, it's so weird. Whatever. We'll continue with this then. I was listening to the Insider Gamer Weekly, and they were talking about a lot of people leaving already, and they heard they're trying to lay off 2,000 staff by 2028. Well, yeah, I mean, they're also trying to force people to leave in like very... what's the best way of saying this? Like very self-enforced manners, right? So what I mean by that is that they said that like, hey, look, we're gonna enforce like a 5-day in office policy, right? Which if you then move and you have like 2 kids and you don't want to be spending like, I don't know, an hour an hour and a half going back to the office like every single day because you had this previously you had a deal where you could just do hybrid, and now they're just cutting it. A lot of people are going to be a lot of people are just going to be looking for a different thing, right? Which definitely sucks. Mad Lords was very fun. You could tell it needed some work when I played it though. Yeah, that's true. It was made by like a single person, I think. Mad Lords, which is freaking amazing. I've watched 3 of them in the last month, and people usually make the same mistakes. I'm not the exclusion. It might feel too repetitive. Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? Like a lot of people are not going to watch a portfolio review from someone else to then learn about their portfolio review. They want to have a portfolio review done from for them, right? Yeah. How do I unhide this then? So box hide. Oh. What? Yeah. What happened there? Oh, you just click. Okay, so you can hide it and you just click once and then it like comes back. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can finish like some of these things. And I want to see what we can do. These edges. I don't want you, little snaggle tooth. So how are we gonna... Just gonna get rid of you again. Oh, there's a mask. Box trim. Box trim. Box trim. Box trim. Oh. Gone and done it again, huh? Okay, but what if I do not want it to... Because it separates it into like a different set, right? I don't want it to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I said this last time, right? Like I'm replaying Factorio. I mean, whenever I can. It might be great to put on a loading screen the best screenshots from the game community. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that you can do with like community integration, right? That is like really unexplored. I think I missed some questions. Let me scroll up while this is doing its thing. Even though I'm doing something. Oh, the solver is set to like act. Never mind. Oh, Robert, sorry, I missed your question before. Are there any circumstances where you think it's okay to drastically scale kit pieces, or should you always create a different kit piece for each scale? No, never drastically scale kit pieces. The reason for that is textile density. There's only one situation where you can really do that is where you have a shader that like automatically scales the texture that's applied so that it always remain in textile density, right? A general rule that I use for the work that I do is I generally try to stay within 20 to 30%. And that means 20 to 30% scaling up and scaling down. Oh my god. So if it goes anywhere beyond that, then yeah, I wouldn't do it. That is my personal rule though. There's definitely situations where it can be more forgiving, but that's usually what I tend to stick by. Got this off. What was it before? I guess we can keep that. I think that's all right. Right. We still on? Yes, we are still on. A little bit of sculpting. I mean, we're trying to. So we're getting back into sculpting. Let's see. So what are we gonna do with these guys? Maybe snake hook time again? God, what did I do here? That's good. I think it's just like the strength and the harshness, right? Auto smooth, rake. What does this do? Hmm. Can I set my... Stabilize stroke, display cursor. So this again, brush settings. Oh, I guess we can access them here as well, which is good. Just out of interest, do you have any Belgian artists you listen to? No, none at all. Yeah, no interest whatsoever there. When was the last time you did sculpting professionally? Never. Well, no, not never. That's not true. 8 years ago, I think, on Planet Coaster, I did some sculpting. Very limited amount, though. That's why we're just getting back into it. Did I not have like middle mouse button on here somewhere? I think I need to remap because I'm constantly grabbing my mouse as well to like scoot stuff over to with the way that I got it set up. Didn't you have to make the vomit pieces? Yes, yes, I did. I did sculpt those. I did sculpt little carrot pieces. Yeah, no, that might actually be like the last time that I actually sculpted stuff. Okay, how do we get rid of these guys? Because I do not like them. Can I just like remesh, or do I have to... What do I do here? I can't press remesh, so I need to go out of Dino Topo, do remesh. Sculpting vomit doesn't sound pleasant. Nah, there's probably like better things to do with your time, you know? But hey, I can now proudly say that like whenever you have like one of your guests in your parks throw up, that is the thing that I made, you know? Whether you want to be proud of that fact or not, well, that's beside the point, you know? Oh, I kind of... Yeah, I don't want to destroy like all my detail. Gets the job done? Exactly. Right. Playing animation as well. What am I animating? Stupid thing. Okay. I should honestly have some references up for this. That would be good. I'll find some references next time. Pam pam. I wonder if this is like really interesting to look at. You know, just because I had this in my head that like sculpting was going to be more interesting. But I feel like I had more fun doing like all the chaos of Unreal Engine stuff. Talking about it that way. But that's a part of the process though. We need to get through some of these assets to be able to bake them down and test our new workflow, you know? Because I think there's also a part of me that is already looking for like a way out. As in like I wonder how much I can do with like smaller elements, or like in texturing, for example. Like how much I can get away with there. That might be something that we're gonna be testing pretty soon as well. So yeah, we're just sculpting some stuff. We're sculpting away. I don't want to make it too flimsy. I want to give the low poly like a little bit of edge to like bite on as well. Because some of this like very pointy, spiky stuff, that is not necessarily going to lead into like a good low poly. We're just going to make it like a little bit, to make sure that it catches the highlight a little bit nicer. Sculpting is hard. Yeah. How do you make the low poly for this? So this will be pretty easy. We're just gonna decimate this down, and that's it. I'm actually quite keen because I do have like 30 minutes left, roughly, for our office hours section. So maybe what we'll give a try is we're gonna do a test bake. Do a little bit like low poly prep. And then see how this is gonna look. So how does that sound? We're gonna see what we can do with that. Oh my god, dude, Megval. Get a little bamboo, you know, like a little Wacom bamboo. I don't know if they still make them, but they're like super cheap, like really small, but at least you have some like thing, right? You told me to decimate for low poly? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You told Are you talking about you told me to not decimate for low poly? We talked about this before actually. So what I'm doing here is not going to be what you need to do for your portfolio, right? I think someone else asked a question as well where they were asking sort of the same question. But the thing is, like the stuff that I do doesn't have to be like entry portfolio worthy, right? Oh no, about answering the question before. Oh, which one? Oh, I can't remember then. Remember. Um. Won't that destroy the topology? Well, no, because we're gonna be baking down from like this low poly from the high poly to the low poly, right? So okay, let me switch over and I'll show you. So I'm gonna do this first. We're gonna switch over to object mode. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do main screen. I didn't want to be in this. So for this, what we're basically going to be doing is, if you want to create like a low poly for this, we are going to duplicate it. I am probably going to add it here. And now this is where naming convention comes in. So what we're gonna call this here is, I'm just gonna be lazy. I call this. So we are gonna call this beam 6 meter underscore large underscore broken underscore 01. What we could potentially also do is call it like beam 6 meter large A and B, and then A is normal version, B is the broken version. But I prefer to call it this. It's a bit more descriptive. In this case, this would be our high poly. And then we're just gonna copy it here. And then this is gonna be our low poly. So how do we create a low poly now? Decimate. So now we're gonna see, we're gonna put this at like 10% of its original thing. We're gonna let it do its calculations. Oh no, I'm answering the question how you make it a low poly. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I got that so confusing. I sculpted something with my mouse because I'm lazy to set up my Wacom. If it's something simple, do. Oh yeah. If it's something simple, you don't have to bother with it, right? So this is still. Oh, that is 4 million. I thought in sculpt mode it said like 800K. What the hell? Okay. Doesn't decimate make bad topology usually? Yes, it does. It basically tries to optimize it and triangulate as much as it can, right? But whenever, so one important caveat with the next thing that I'm gonna say is, for your portfolio, you should still showcase that you can optimize it by hand, right? To a certain degree. I would not do this for every asset in your scene. I would do it on a hero asset that's going to be important to the storytelling of your scene. However, for the rest of it, you can just decimate, because if it's not animating, I don't care about the topology, you know? It's still too high, so we're going to do another decimate. I'm probably going to collapse this and then decimate it with a new decimation thing. so that the decimation becomes quicker. Just enable nanite. Yeah, just slap nanite on it. Don't even make a low poly. Just grab your sculpt, slap nanite on it. Everything is just like high-res ZBrush sculpts in your scene. Let's go. I do not like waiting. Okay, cool. So this is like 50k triangles. Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'm dumb. I removed the decimate modifier from it instead of applying it. Come on, Tim, use that brain. Oh my god. 100 gigabyte scene? Oh yeah. Yeah. F's in the chat. Oh my god. That's yeah. You're gonna see me do a lot of dumb stuff on these streams again, which I do kind of enjoy, not gonna lie. Okay, so now we apply this decimation modifier. It's gonna take its sweet time again. We're still gonna push it lower though. Like we still have a lot of surface detail that we don't need. I don't need to see all that. So I was saying congratulations on Fable, by the way. Yeah! Thank you. It's looking cool, isn't it? I like the way that it looks. Not done yet, though. We don't make mistakes, we make happy accidents. Nah, removing a modifier that you were definitely intended to apply, like, that's a mistake. I can't really gain anything from that, you know? Bob Ross is good, but... Okay, so, let's see. Now we're getting to somewhat acceptable terms, right? So now it becomes more like, how low do we need to go? Let's see. I don't care about like all this. So okay, let's try something else. So in here, I go to vertex group. I am going to select all this stuff. I'm going to select. No, I'm going to try to be a little bit smarter about this. So if we now select loops, where is it again? What can we use here? I don't want to. Yeah, so select sharpness. Wow, this is going to be so messy. So this is where it's going to get annoying, right? Because, I mean, for now, I'm going to be lazy. And I'm just going to say, hey, we're going to take all this. We're going to store that in a vertex group, which is going to be called detail. And now we can go in here and say like, hey, look, I want you to optimize all the rest of it more than some of the other stuff. And I think this has always been finicky. I don't know how we should be able to like regulate this, because this is not doing anything. Okay. No worries. We go into our vertex group. Let's set this to like, first select, then assign. So now we put like a 0.5 weight, right? So like a 0.5 weight. So I'm basically, if I look at it now, it is going to try to retain more detail on the top than it is going to do at the bottom, right? And then through this vertex group, we can basically say like, hey, that's still a little bit too much. So I want the distribution to be 0.7, something like that. And then you can clearly see that it's like it has more detail here, and then it just fades out into this, which is pretty cool. And another cool thing with this is that, let me see. So if we go into weight painting, you can kind of see that that transfers to our weight painting mode, which we can then go to this vertex group. And then let's say, I think we can even just go in here and say weights, smooth. Right, and we're just gonna smooth this out. I don't know, I'm gonna set this to 100 so we get like a nice and smooth gradient. And we can even like start painting in this if we wanted to, right? So if we have like, I don't know, a specific element where we're like, hey, look, the back of it, I want you to keep, we can paint in that as well. But now we can see that we get like a smooth transition from the detail parts to the stuff that we don't want. So now, what are we at? So like 9K triangles, which is not too bad. I think if we really wanted to optimize it even more, we could then say, because I'm gonna do a little experiment here. So if we apply that decimation modifier, we can now see like how it gradually like reduces polys going down, right? I even think that we could still say push it lower, general, and go to like 4K while we retain most of our topology here. Because the difference in silhouette is not that different. Right. Don't think there's a YouTube video on this? Oh no, there's a lot of stuff that I do. There's no YouTube videos on this. Like for example, the way that I create foliage with particle effects, right? Like there's stuff that people do with particle effects, but no one's really making like, I mean, I don't want to sound like a special snowflake here, right? But it's sometimes I'll go through these rabbit holes where I'm like, how do I create foliage, you know? And then I start looking at like random tutorials and I'm like, ooh, what if we do this? And then geometry notes comes by and it's like, oh, but what if you use me instead of particle effects? And I was like, fuck, dang it. Why did I spend all this time? Now, with this workflow, right? So if we apply a decimate modifier, the only annoying thing here is now we have to go in here and say, well, first of all, what the hell is this? Let's say that first and foremost. Where the hell are you going? What? Mityasin, thank you so much for becoming a community member. That's awesome. So now we need to do the annoying part where we are just going to select, no, I don't want to fill region. We are just going to select like our borders here. Oh my god, is it going to fill region on this entire time? What? That's so annoying. I need to disable that immediately. Mark seam. This is not the right one, so we're going to quickly add some seams here. Where's the edge? So that's the edge. Where do we want to go? We probably want to go like all the way to the point. We then say mark seam. This is going to be interesting, right? Because normally when you get close to like 90 degrees, that's where you want to split. I am debating if we can just keep reusing this. Keep this one snippet here. And then we're going to go here. I don't like the way that that's going. We can fix that later. Because the only thing, I don't want it to like dip down. So like from this point, to this point, to this point. And then let's say Okay, how do I select shortest path? Can I like not make that default that it doesn't pick like fill region? Because that is gonna be freaking annoying. Hmm. Hey Arvid! Hello, hello. Slate is saying, question the migration thing, remove my billing information, so I forgot to renew up until now. After I did, I still don't have Discord access. Oh, okay. After the stream, I'll fix that straight up for you, Slate. Sorry about that. Could you make like a YouTube short for this? Because this is really cool. I mean, so, God, I wish I had more time. Currently, there's a lot of like admin stuff going on. We're working on the course. Because I wanted to do some like shorter tutorials like that. I have a couple on my own YouTube channel, right? Which was supposed to be like the beginning. But then, yeah, just like kind of died down again. So how do I, okay, question for you all, if you know. If I pick the shortest path here, it always fills in like the fill region. How do I not do that? Because I do not want that to be like a default option. I wonder if anyone knows. Are you doing the unwrap at the moment? Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do for the last part of today's stream. Kind of see what we're gonna do in like unwrapping terms. Maybe get like a quick bake going. I don't know. And then you can see that I'm running like a really old version of Substance Painter 2. Setting default values for a pop-up menu. Oh god. No, I don't want a script. God dang it. Yeah, we're gonna ask our trusted buddy Copilot. Hashtag definitely not trusted. How do I set a value in a pop-up menu in Blender to be default? In Blender, pop-up menus can mean... no, I don't want an add-on. Get out of here with your add-on stuff. If you mean Blender built-in dropdown, not for scripting, save startup file, I don't want to do that. We're going to see how smart it is. I can remember that it should, like if you disable it once, like it should not do that. Okay, we're just going to ignore whatever the hell it spits out. I'll still do that. Where's my chat? We're currently in wrap but a couple of months ago, I started using Reason DV, such a good tool. Yeah, that might be something that I need to look into because I have not used Reason UV yet. Right, so we're going to do this. Where are we going to go with this now? Because that means that we need to make a split up here somewhere, right? So this is something like this. Do we... we might have to cut out this shape then instead. So let's do this. That is so fucking flimsy. I don't want to bake anything on that. That is not even going to hold like any information for the high poly, to be honest. Same thing for this guy. We'll mark the seams first, and then we'll see where we go. Right. And from this point on, we might as well, do we want to do that? Probably kind of just like scoot it down here, and we'll see how everything connects later on, because we also probably want to have a seam here somewhere. Ooh, I don't like that. That's not what I wanted. Right. Right, so now I can select everything by seam, which is good. This is still work in progress. It's one of those things where, do I want to add a seam here? We kind of want to have a seam here, for sure. Okay, so we'll see where this goes. Because from this point, it kind of gets tricky. Version 5.0 is the fill region unchecked. Yeah, I mean that's what I assumed, right? But I can remember, because I use this tool a lot actually. So, but I can remember that once you tick it off once, that it just doesn't tick on again, which is like what you expected to do. But then apparently we're here, and it's painful, and it's okay. This is annoying. We have to cut out this whole. This is also like a janky thing. I don't want to be doing that. How do you guys usually make the lawns? Doesn't Unreal do that automatically? Yeah, for the most part. Like if you want to get like specific lawns, there's like tools that do it for you, like Simplygon that does it. But Unreal Engine kind of does the same thing. It also depends on if you're using Nanite or not, right? Because Nanite kind of works differently now compared to traditional lot creation. All right, so probably gonna cut down here instead. Is that a, ugh. That is gross. Oh, that's even grosser. Yeah, that's nasty. Okay. We're gonna clean the sucker up. We are just gonna be closing all this stuff down. I do not want anything to do with that. I think there's like some funky business going on in here, which I also don't really care about. So this is the annoying part, right? You'll have to do some cleanup. I have no idea what's happening here, so. This kind of goes into like a section that I don't really agree with. Maybe do something like this. No, I don't want to. That. This is very tight. I don't like the way that this is going. Oh, that's long as well. So let's move it up. It's a little bit better. Move this thing here. Maybe move that stuff back again. Oh, by the way, such a handy hotkey. Just pressing G twice lets you like slide an edge to like where you want it to. So good. So good. And we're gonna go around all this stuff. Seam. Right, and this is where it gets interesting, right? Because this needs to be a sharp edge, for sure. And And this then becomes a point where it's like, what are we going to do with all this stuff here? We do a little bit of cleanup. I guess we're just going to make a cut here. Right, and then this becomes like one big chunk, which is not necessarily ideal. But then we can do something like this. So now we have those two separated. Still some funky stuff going in here. So where do we want the seam to be? Then we're gonna reroute this guy. That cuts that off. Where do we then connect this guy? It seems like this edge is probably going to be like the best one. Even though we're cutting into. Yeah, that's okay. Do studios use their own custom lot system or do you need to do it manually? Oh no, like doing lots manually is like something that we used to do like 10 years ago. There are exceptions to this. So the exception is where you need to be like very precise with very detailed or very tiny objects, right? Like some cases you might need to optimize things by hand. But I would say that like hand optimizing or like hand LODing is the exception more than the rule. So yeah. Don't take that as like a given thing in this industry. Because oh my god, I had to do some like manual optimization of like LODs. Ugh. It's annoying. The shading issue here. Where's that coming from? Another thing that we can do, or at least give a try, is just say tries to quad. See. Cleans up the topology a little bit more. There's some weird stuff happening here, for example. We don't have to be worried about it too much, you know? This is one of the downsides of using like a decimated model, right? Like you're gonna get funky shading. I'm just trying to avoid that as much as possible. Arvid is saying, I feel like finding all those small issues in the wood would take long. What about selecting all the n-gons and triangles, then would that create more issues? I mean, I only like solve for the issues that I can see, right? You don't have to like make it really clean because again, that's not, if you want to get a clean mesh, that's not what this workflow is about. There's better ways of getting like clean topology, right? Because for example, what you could do is you could have a mesh that you create yourself, and then as you're creating it, like shrink wrap it about or around like the high poly mesh. I'll show you what that looks like in just a second. And that allows you to be like very precise with like where you put like your edges and keep the geometry really clean as well. So that could actually be like another option that we do here. Just too lazy. Let's see. Where do we connect things? We're gonna be doing. Oh no. Right, so that's kind of an awkward spot. So now, let's just separate all this off then. So where do we go? There. This is one of those weird ones where I'm inclined to just, I don't know, do something like this. And then move it out a little bit. Not that detail is going to matter at all, but... All right, let's select some shells. So that's separated, that's good. Oh. No, there's still a hole in this one. Oh, some janky stuff going on here. Where's that coming from? Right, so that's cleaned up. That's better. Nope. There's still an expected edge to be happening here. Right, and that has like a seam line going this way. That connects to the back end. Right. Cool. Quentin is saying, I sent earlier the way to modify the tools options. Okay, let's have a look. You can change the parameters in the preference key map, find the tools in the list and change it there. Okay, let's have a look. Thank you for doing so. Key map. Tools, that is the pick shortest path. But this is only giving me... This is giving me like the hotkeys, right? This is not setting the options for that menu. Oh, it is off. Control left mouse. Control shift left mouse. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Probably want to save preferences now. Let's see. Rustam is asking, does the wireframe after decimation in Blender always is it so consistent? Because in ZBrush it works simple, but makes it more dependent on the silhouette, but you lose your UVs. Yeah. Sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. Time to bounce off for me. See you, MS. Never been here. Didn't know there was an option. Yeah, I think I might have set up like an option in my key mapping or something like that. So now, okay. Next up, UV editing, if we get there. Oh, look at it. It's my trim sheet. Bonk. That is good. That is good. Where are these triangles coming from? Oh, this is actually a reason why I need to update. Like, this has become the default where like it syncs your selection. Oh, that stuff looks so good. Oh, on the tip. Hey. I do not need any of you. Thank you. So there's not much that we can do about the scale of these guys. God, where's my UV thingy again? As long these shells are all consistent. For now, the unwrap doesn't really matter too much because the intent of this kit is that I'm going to be compiling it into like an atlas, right? I don't know how we are going to compile like all these individual assets into like one atlas yet. But what I'm thinking is that potentially we'll do one texture sheet for all the clean beams and then do another texture set for all the broken ones or something like that. But for that, I'm not going to be worried about like UVs yet, because a lot of that will be puzzling at the end. But let's see. So if we have our low poly, our high poly here. Oh, the low poly is slightly offset. There we go. I'm nervous. We don't want to export to Unreal Engine 4. Let's do a quick test bake. So, do I have it in my... No. So I only use a batch exporter. FBX. We're just going to dump this on the desktop, I guess. This is my low poly. Oh. Oh, second dumb moment. I forgot to take export selected. Dumb. Dumb. Oh well. We should honestly have like a dummy mode or something like that. I haven't made a lot since it was a requirement for an assignment. Yeah. Honestly, I've not made. So I've had to author LODs using like existing systems or tools, right? But I haven't had to make a LOD from scratch like in a long time. No, not the dumb emote. It will be used a lot. But yeah, thanks for the question on that. I think it's interesting to know about, like, I never think about those questions where it's like, oh, do studios have their internal tools when it comes to like LOD creation, or do you have to make them from scratch, you know? So yeah, if you have any questions like that during these streams, always ask them. Charlie is saying, I think for me, I just need to settle down for doing somewhat incorrectly, because it's better than not doing it, because I'm researching different workflows for hours. Yeah. Honestly, this is why I keep coming back to Whip Wednesday and portfolio reviews and all that kind of stuff. You don't need fancy workflows. You really don't. I know that I talk about like, you know, like second UVs and RGB mass and all that kind of stuff. You don't need all that bullshit. You can just do like a unique bake, make it look really good. And yeah, if you're making something of size, maybe throw in a trim sheet or something like that, right? But if you just have, let's say your entire environment is trim sheets, right? There's nothing wrong with just using decals instead of doing like complex RGB masking and setting up a shader and all that stuff. You know, it's overcomplicating like the simple things. You don't need that. I need my PCG system to place a single tree. No, bad, McFell. Stop it. And also, like, I want to make this very clear, right? I make those mistakes myself as well. Sometimes out of curiosity, sometimes just because fucking dumb, you know? Like you've seen like a couple of mistakes on stream today. It's normal. But what hopefully these streams also highlight, God, I wish I had I need like a clip or something like that of me building like a speed tree replacement in geometry nodes, you know? How many times have I used that like tool since then? 0 times. Because the tool fucking sucks. And I've spent like weeks, if not months, working on that tool. Where does that come from? Just me being curious and lazy and, I don't know, just too picky, because I could have just done the same thing in SpeedTree. Way easier. Or in, what was it, Natsuro, or in Tree Factory. I actually had a look into Tree Factory. It's completely free. Could have just used that, you know? I wanted to buy a SpeedTree license for the servers but their servers of India are down for months now because of a breach. Yes, Arvid, I've seen multiple people doing this. Just reach out to their customer support, and a lot of people have gotten like free professional licenses from them. So yeah, if you really want to use Feedtree, like reach out to them. Wood. Hi, Polly. Select objects, please. Don't think they allow commercial use for Natsuro yet. Oh, interesting. So for Tree Factory, they allow you to use like commercial and all that kind of stuff. They're really open with it. The only thing you can't do is use the trees that they have built in their program for like commercial products. That's the thing. But yeah. This is not an endorsement of any kind, right? Because I've not looked into like the program myself. But it might be cool to like explore what it can do like on stream. I think that could be like pretty interesting to explore that a bit. Right. Now we're gonna open very old Substance Painter. And it's gonna complain about my graphics card. Ah, Substance Painter 2020. Let's go. I didn't really understood why nobody really was talking about this. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Like the people that complain, like they probably have like a license, and the people that are just like, hey, what the hell? Like they just look for another option. Okay. It didn't open? Oh no, it is. Yeah. My graphics drivers is outdated. You want to know like a funny thing about this? It's complaining about my graphics driver being outdated because they only check up until like graphic driver updates until like 2021 or something like that. Because mine is newer, but they don't check for anything newer than 2021. Yeah. Let's see. PBR Metallic. Do I have like anything in here? Unreal Engine 4. Where is my little file? We're gonna go for my low poly. Auto unwrap. I do not want auto unwrap. I don't want to import that. I don't want to use UDIMs. Screw y'all with your UDIMs. Oh, look at that chunky bean. Oh, I forgot to assign smoothing groups. So I will be doing that very quickly. And now, because everything has a seam, we can just go in here and... what is it, like select seams, right? Where is it? Where is it? Select linked seam. Oh, I don't want to be doing that. That's dumb. Oh my god, it's been such a long time ago. I'm sure I can do this. No? Select all by traits, no manifold, all that kind of stuff. Select all by traits. Theme? Oh, it's not in here. Ta ta ta. Select similar seams. Ah, there we go. Thank you. God. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Export. FBX. Selected, please. Now I wonder Select similar seams. Yeah. Select similar and then seams. Slate. Damn, your version is so old. It looks exactly the same as my 2026 version. This is the reason why I don't update my programs, because, I mean, is it worth it? Yeah, we're just going to be lazy. We're just going to do new projects, do all this stuff, discard all this bullshit. Cool. God, it's been such a long time. Let's do this. Poly, max frontal, anti-aliasing. We're not going to do that for now. Let's hope that it doesn't crash OBS. Does he have a croissant icon for baking? I have no idea. Do I have a croissant? We are gonna have to solve that in the high poly, I think. A little edge that we cut out. It's like a little bit of an edge here. Most of it is fine. Let's see. So if we now bump it up to, like, let's say 2K. Yep. And then go with this. You install SpeedTree, then request enterprise license, fill out the form, and then in the order/contract form, you put in free indie promo. After pressing OK, it will show your info, and then you have to email them. Oh, okay. Interesting. So that's if you want to get like free SpeedTree. Interesting. Do you prefer baking in Substance or Marmoset? Substance, because I've never used Marmoset. I know from like all my buddies that like do hard surface and like props and all that kind of stuff, they massively prefer Marmoset. I'm an environment artist. Honestly, the stuff that you see me do now, I don't like it. I don't like having to bake stuff. So yeah, I'm not the best one to ask my opinion about. But yeah. Oh, we forgot to sculpt the back end of it. We need to still do. Yeah, there we have it. It's looking all right once we fix up some of the smaller issues. Actually, that one is quite looking all right. So yeah, it's looking quite good. Weighted normals, Tim? Nope, no weighted normals. This is traditional high to low poly baking, so no weighted normals, because then you kind of fuck up like your edge, like your vertex normal information. You don't want to be playing around with that too much. So yeah, cool. Obviously, still a lot more work to be done. Low polys, right? So technically, all the clean pieces should be relatively quickly. We're going to be spending a bunch of time creating broken pieces. And I think in the overall scheme of things, the clean pieces are probably going to be more useful to us than the broken ones. Like more used in the seam, anyway. You said you hate baking? Yeah, but if you kind of want to get like a good result out of this, there's only so much you can do with like anything else. That's why we're doing this in the first place, right? Like, I don't mind it, really. It's just, yeah. Want to get to that next level, we're going to have to. We are going to need to figure out like what we're going to do with these guys, though. Because I want to make them more interesting than they are now. Maybe that's a sculpt pass. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what we do with them. Do you think it's worth it with 6 years of updates at this point? No, not for me. They added some useful ribbon stuff for stitches and welds. I don't use that. Like, honestly, if it comes to that, right? Like, The times that I need to use like stitches and welds and all that kind of stuff, I will probably set up something in Blender that I can just like draw based on my cursor and then bake that down as like a normal high poly. Because like honestly, like me updating, what is it like? You pay like 200 euros to get stitches? Because here's the thing, like the base functionality of Substance Painter has not really changed, right? The benefit maybe would be increased baking or something like that, like increased speed of baking, right? Sure, I could see that. But also for don't forget the Adobe Cancel fees. Oh, yeah, fucking I had to go through like a bunch of that stuff like recently. Oh, don't remind me. So horrendous. God, yeah, so horrendous. But yeah, that's all I care about really, right? It's just like speed of baking when I need it. Any of the fancy stuff, I don't really create like high to low poly meshes, like most prop artists do. So I don't really care about like all that functionality. But yeah. Cool. So we kind of got like, we've got a little bit of sculpting done. We've got our first test bake done. We've kind of got like the workflow set up. It's looking quite nice, even though, yeah, I wonder if we need to do like more damage or something like that. Like really make it destroyed. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll try to come up with some stuff in the back end, because like something like this could potentially be more interesting as like a broken pillar, right? Or like something broken. Because what might be good, here's the thing, a reminder for myself. What might be good is do some testing. Because I know that I'm going to get a lot of value out of like all the normal pieces, right? I'm just unsure how much broken pieces that I need, even though they're more fun to sculpt and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. But it was a good test. We did some sculpting, got back into sculpting again, so a little bit more comfortable with that now, even though there's still a lot that I need to do. But yeah, I think we're going to leave it there for now. I will keep you up to date with changes next week if we do more work on this. I might do a test of yeah. I do want to do a test where I just take like all the individual like non-destroyed pieces and see how I can make them look better by going like in the scene and seeing what we can do there. But that will be it for me today. Thank you all so much for joining. I wish you all a nice evening, and we'll see each other in the next edition of Whip Wednesday. So next Wednesday, I'll be back for some more feedback, and after which we'll be back next week for some more, probably not sculpting. I don't know what we're going to do next week. I think it's going to be something where we might explore building a texture atlas of all these beams together or something like that. We'll see. Yeah. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I wish you all a pleasant evening, and we'll see each other soon.